Today, I've prepared the biography of Rosa Parks. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, let your muscles relax and your breathing slow. Tonight, we'll drift together through the gentle story of Rosa Parks, a woman whose quiet courage changed the course of history. Her story is one of peaceful determination, of standing firm in her beliefs, even when it was difficult. Let her inspiring journey be the last thing on your mind as you drift into peaceful slumber. The soft cadence of her life story will guide you toward restful dreams. So close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let's begin our journey back to a different time, when one woman's simple act of dignity sparked a movement that would transform a nation. In the gentle quiet of a bygone era, in the small town of Tuskegee, Alabama, a baby girl named Rosa Louise Macaulay entered the world on February 4, 1913. The air was crisp that winter day, as her mother Leona Edwards Macaulay welcomed her daughter into a world that was both beautiful and deeply challenging. Rosa's arrival was a moment of joy in a time when the American South moved at a slower pace, when cotton fields stretched across the horizon and horse-drawn carriages still shared roads with the earliest automobiles. Rosa's childhood unfolded like a quiet river, flowing through the landscapes of early 20th century Alabama. Her father, James Macaulay, was a carpenter and stonemason, a man whose hands could create and build, shaping wood and stone with patience and precision. Her mother, Leona, was a teacher, a woman who understood the transformative power of education in a time when such opportunities were precious and limited for African American children. The Macaulay home was modest, but filled with love, with the sense of home-cooked meals wafting through rooms where stories were shared and dreams were nurtured. The soft lamplight of evening would find young Rosa listening to her mother's gentle voice, reading stories, planting seeds of knowledge that would grow throughout her lifetime. The Macaulay family valued learning deeply, understanding that education was not merely about books and figures, but about cultivating a sense of dignity and self-worth in a society that often denied these fundamental human qualities to people of color. When Rosa was just 2 years old, her parents decided to part ways. This change brought Rosa, her mother, and her younger brother Sylvester to Pine Level, Alabama, to live with her maternal grandparents, Rose and Sylvester Edwards. The Edwards family farm became Rosa's world, a place where the rhythms of rural life taught her about resilience and perseverance. Her grandparents had been born into slavery before the Civil War, and their stories of survival and endurance formed an important tapestry of family history that Rosa absorbed during those formative years. Imagine the young girl walking along dusty country roads, her small hand held protectively by her grandfather as they made their way to church on Sundays. congregation's harmonious hymns would rise and fall like gentle waves, creating a sense of community and belonging that wrapped around Rosa like a warm blanket. The church was more than a place of worship. It was a sanctuary where African Americans could gather freely, where they could express themselves without the constant vigilance required in the outside world. The Edwards farm was a place of constant activity, where Rosa learned the value of hard work from an early age. She would help tend the vegetable garden, feeling the rich soil between her fingers as she planted seeds that would later nourish the family. She gathered eggs from beneath sleepy hens in the cool mornings, learning to move slowly and respectfully among the animals. These simple chores connected Rosa to the earth and to the cycle of seasons that governed farm life, teaching her patience and the satisfaction of contributing to her family's well-being. Evening would bring the family together on the porch, where the symphony of crickets and night birds provided a gentle soundtrack to conversations that often turned to matters of justice and equality. Rosa's grandparents and mother did not shield her from the realities of racial segregation and discrimination that defined the American South during this period. Instead, they carefully explained these difficult truths while instilling in her a sense of her own inherent worth and dignity that no external circumstances could diminish. Rosa began her formal education in a one-room school for African American children in Pine Level. The school term was shortened to allow children to work in the fields during planting and harvesting seasons, a common practice that prioritized agricultural labor over education for Black children. The schoolhouse was simple, often lacking proper books and supplies. Yet Rosa thrived in this environment, absorbing knowledge like the parched earth absorbs gentle rain. When Rosa was 11 years old, her mother enrolled her in the Montgomery Industrial School for Girls, a private institution founded by liberal-minded women from the northern states. This school, affectionately known as Miss White's School after its principal, Alice L. White, offered Rosa an education that emphasized both academic subjects and practical skills. The school's philosophy centered on developing the whole person, nurturing not only the mind, but also character and self-respect. The journey to school each day was not an easy one for young Rosa. She would walk through neighborhoods where white children might taunt or threaten her, where she had to remain vigilant and composed despite the fear that sometimes fluttered in her chest like a trapped bird. Yet she persevered, understanding even then that education was a pathway to a fuller life, a means of transcending the limitations imposed by a segregated society. After completing her studies at Miss White's school, Rosa continued her education at Alabama State Teachers College's Laboratory High School. However, her educational journey was interrupted when her grandmother became ill, and Rosa returned home to help care for her. This period of her life taught her about compassion and sacrifice, about putting the needs of loved ones before one's own ambitions. She would sit by her grandmother's bedside, applying cool cloths to her forehead during fevers, reading to her in a soft voice that brought comfort in difficult moments. Following her grandmother's illness, Rosa's mother also became unwell, and Rosa took on even more responsibilities within the household. These early experiences of caregiving shaped her character, developing her capacity for empathy and her understanding of human vulnerability. They also taught her about strength that comes not from domination, but from service and love. When Rosa was 19 years old, she met Raymond Parks, a barber and an active member of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. Raymond was unlike many men Rosa had known. He was politically aware and unafraid to advocate for equal rights. Their courtship was a gentle one, with conversations that stretched into the evening hours as they shared their hopes for a more just society. They married in 1932, forming a partnership that would provide Rosa with both emotional support and intellectual stimulation throughout their lives together. Raymond encouraged Rosa to complete her high school education, a goal she achieved in 1933. This accomplishment was significant at a time when less than 7% of African Americans had a high school diploma. Education remained a priority for Rosa, a value that had been instilled in her from childhood and that she carried forward into her adult life. The Parks' home in Montgomery became a haven where they could discuss ideas freely, where they could dream of a different world while acknowledging the realities of the one they inhabited. Their modest living room, with its comfortable chairs and shelves of books, witnessed conversations about politics, civil rights, and strategies for challenging the status quo. Raymond's involvement with the NAACP exposed Rosa to organized civil rights activities, planting seeds that would later blossom in remarkable ways. During these early years of marriage, Rosa worked various jobs, including domestic work in white households. These positions gave her first-hand experience of the stark contrasts between white and black lives in the segregated South. She would iron crisp white shirts and prepare meals in homes where she was not permitted to eat at the same table as her employers, where she used separate facilities and entered through back doors. Yet Rosa maintained her dignity in these situations, carrying herself with a quiet grace that commanded respect even when it was not freely given. The 1930s were difficult years for many Americans as the Great Depression tightened its grip on the economy. For African Americans in the South, these hardships were compounded by the already existing inequalities of the Jim Crow system. Rosa and Raymond navigated these challenges together, supporting each other through periods of uncertainty and scarcity. They learned to make do with less, to find joy in simple pleasures like a shared meal or a walk together in the evening coolness after a hot Alabama Day. World War II brought changes to American society that would indirectly influence Rosa's life path as men went off to war and industrial production increased. New employment opportunities opened for women and minorities. Rosa found work as a seamstress at Maxwell Air Force Base, where the federal facility was less strictly segregated than the surrounding community. This experience gave her a glimpse of what more integrated spaces could look like, further reinforcing her belief in the possibility of change. In 1943, Rosa became involved with the Montgomery NAACP, joining as a member, and soon being elected secretary of the local chapter. D. Nixon, the president of the Montgomery NAACP and a respected civil rights leader, recognized Rosa's intelligence, dedication, and meticulous attention to detail. Under his mentorship, she developed organizational skills and a deeper understanding of the legal and political strategies being employed in the fight for civil rights. Rosa's work with the NAACP introduced her to a community of activists who shared her vision of equality and justice. These connections provided her with both practical support and intellectual stimulation, creating a network that would later prove crucial during the Montgomery bus boycott. Through the NAACP, Rosa also became aware of similar struggles taking place across the country, helping her to see her local experiences as part of a larger movement for change. One of Rosa's responsibilities as secretary was investigating cases of racial violence and discrimination. This work was both emotionally taxing and potentially dangerous, requiring her to document testimonies from victims and witnesses of racial injustice. She approached this difficult task with compassion and thoroughness, creating records that could be used in legal challenges to discriminatory practices. Through this work, Rosa developed a deep understanding of the systemic nature of racism and the courage required to confront it. In 1944, Rosa had an experience that would stay with her for years to come. She was involved in the investigation of the case of Rosa Taylor, a young African-American woman who had been kidnapped and sexually assaulted by 6 white men while walking home from church in Abbeville, Alabama. Despite the men being identified by Taylor, 2 grand juries declined to indict them. This miscarriage of justice deeply affected Rosa, strengthening her resolve to challenge the systems that allowed such injustices to occur with impunity. Throughout these formative years, Rosa maintained a quiet dignity that would later become her hallmark. She was not one to seek the spotlight or to make dramatic gestures. Instead, she worked steadily and persistently toward the goals she believed in, building a foundation of knowledge, experience, and connections that would serve her well in the years to come. By the early 1950s, Rosa Parks had established herself as a respected member of Montgomery's African American community. She worked as a seamstress at the Montgomery Fair department store, creating and altering garments with the same precision and care that characterized all her endeavors. Her skills were sought after, and she took pride in her craftsmanship, in the smooth seams and even stitches that spoke of attention and respect for her work. Few who encountered the soft-spoken seamstress in those years could have predicted the pivotal role she would play in American history. Yet the seeds of that momentous future were already present in the young girl who had walked to school despite threats, in the young woman who had cared for her family through illness, in the secretary who had documented cases of injustice, and in the wife who had discussed strategies for change in quiet evening conversations. Rosa Parks's early life was not marked by dramatic events or public recognition. Instead, it was characterized by the steady accumulation of experiences and values that shaped her character and prepared her for the moment when she would need to make a decision that would echo through time. Her childhood and early adulthood were the gentle rain that nourishes the soil, making possible the growth that later becomes visible to all. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle twilight hours of Southern history, Rosa Parks's family tree stretches out like branches against a sunset sky, roots delving deep into the rich soil of American heritage. Let us drift together through the generations that shaped a woman whose quiet strength would one day ripple across a nation. Rosa Louise Macaulay Parks was born on February 4, 1913, in Tuskegee, Alabama, where the air hung heavy with both promise and prejudice. Her family lineage was a tapestry woven with threads of resilience, dignity, and quiet determination that stretched back through the painful shadows of American history. Rosa's maternal grandparents, Sylvester and Rose Edwards, were people of remarkable character who carried within them the memories of slavery's cruelty. Grandmother Rose was especially influential in young Rosa's life. In the cool evenings, as cicadas sang their lullabies outside open windows, Rose would share stories passed down through generations. Her voice would soften as she spoke of ancestors who had endured the unendurable, their names preserved like precious heirlooms in family memory. The Edwards family claimed both African and Native American ancestry, a heritage that Rosa would later speak of with gentle pride. Some family stories whispered of Cherokee lineage, though like many such claims among African American families, the exact connections had become blurred by time and the deliberate erasure of family records during slavery. What remained clear was the spirit of those ancestors, their connection to the land, their reverence for community, their understanding that freedom was a birthright worth protecting. Rosa's mother, Leona Edwards Macaulay, was a teacher by training and temperament. Born in 1866, just after the Civil War's conclusion, Leona carried herself with a dignified posture that spoke of inner strength. She valued education above almost all else, seeing in books and learning the tools her children would need to navigate a world that would try to limit them. In the evenings, oil lamps casting warm golden light across worn wooden floors, Leona would help Rosa with her letters and numbers, her patience as endless as the Alabama sky. The Macaulay household was one where books were treasured possessions. Despite limited means, Leona ensured that shelves held volumes of poetry, history, and scripture. Family tradition held that reading aloud was both entertainment and education. On Sunday afternoons, after church services had concluded, and a simple but satisfying meal had been shared, family members would take turns reading passages from favorite books, voices rising and falling like gentle waves against a shore. James Macaulay, Rosa's father, was a carpenter and stonemason whose hands could coax beauty from raw materials. Born in 1875, he had inherited his skill from his own father, who had learned the trade during enslavement. One of the few paths to specialized work permitted to enslaved men, James's hands bore the marks of his labor, calluses that told stories of countless hours shaping wood and stone into structures that would outlast him. Family lore preserved the memory of a dining table James had crafted as a wedding gift for Leona, its surface polished to a warm glow. Its joints fitted so precisely they seemed to disappear. That table became the heart of family gatherings, where stories were exchanged like precious gifts across generations. Though James would leave the family when Rosa was still young, the values he embodied, craftsmanship, dignity in work, and the creation of beauty, even in difficult circumstances, remained embedded in family consciousness. The rhythm of life in the Macaulay home followed patterns established by generations before them. Food traditions blended African cooking techniques with Native American ingredients and Southern adaptations. One family recipe for sweet potato pie had been passed down through at least 4 generations, each cook adding a subtle variation that made it uniquely theirs, while honoring those who had come before. Rosa herself would later be known for her light, flaky pie crust, a skill learned watching her grandmother's hands on cool autumn mornings when the kitchen windows misted with fragrant steam. Religious faith provided both structure and solace for the family. The Macaulays were members of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, a denomination founded in resistance to racial segregation in worship. Sunday mornings found the family dressed in their carefully preserved best clothes, walking together to services where the preacher's voice would rise and fall like music, where hymns carried the congregation from earthly troubles toward heavenly hope. Rosa's grandfather had been a church deacon, a position of respect that reflected both his spiritual devotion and the community's recognition of his wisdom. Family gatherings marked the passage of seasons. Summer reunions, where distant cousins would arrive bearing covered dishes and family news. harvest celebrations where the bounty of garden plots would be preserved for winter months. Christmas observances where simple gifts were exchanged with genuine delight. These gatherings reinforced family bonds and provided opportunities for elders to pass down not just stories, but values, the importance of education, the necessity of maintaining dignity in the face of injustice, the power of faith to sustain through difficult times. As a child, Rosa absorbed these lessons in the way children do, not through formal instruction, but through observation and osmosis. She watched how her mother straightened her spine when encountering disrespect, noted how her grandfather removed his hat, but never lowered his eyes when addressing white authorities, observed how her grandmother extended kindness to neighbors regardless of their circumstances. The Macaulay family, like many African American families of their era, maintained a delicate balance between protecting their children from the full harshness of racial realities while preparing them to navigate those same realities. Evening conversations around that handcrafted table might include coded discussions of which stores treated black customers with basic respect, which roads were safe to travel after dark, which white families could be counted on for fairness in business dealings. Rosa's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of a segregated South, where Jim Crow laws dictated nearly every aspect of public life. Yet, within the sheltering embrace of family and community, she experienced love, security, and affirmation of her inherent worth. Her mother's insistence on education as a pathway to greater freedom echoed the values of generations before her, for whom learning had often been forbidden by law. When Rosa was still young, her parents separated, and Leona moved with her children to Pine Level, Alabama, to live on her parents' farm. This rural childhood deepened Rosa's connection to the land and to agricultural traditions that had sustained African American families through generations of hardship. She learned to recognize the signs that foretold planting time, the particular slant of spring sunlight, the appearance of certain birds, the texture of soil crumbled between fingers. She absorbed knowledge about which wild plants could heal minor ailments, information passed down from ancestors who had carried African healing traditions across the Middle Passage and adapted them to new environments. The Edwards farm became a place of both work and wonder for young Rosa. Morning chores were completed before the heat of the day pressed down too heavily. Feeding chickens whose individual personalities she came to know, helping to tend the vegetable garden that provided much of the family's food, carrying water from the well in buckets that grew lighter as her arms grew stronger. But there were also moments of childhood joy. Discovering a bird's nest tucked among branches, listening to the hypnotic rhythm of summer rain on the roof, feeling the satisfaction of harvest time when shelves filled with preserved vegetables and fruits that would brighten winter meals. As Rosa grew, she absorbed the unwritten family constitution that governed behavior and relationships. Respect for elders was non-negotiable. One's word, once given, must be honored. Work was to be done thoroughly or not at all. Education was a sacred opportunity. Community needs sometimes superseded individual desires. These principles weren't unique to the Macaulay Edwards family. They reflected values common across many African American communities, values that had helped sustain people through generations of systematic oppression. Family stories served as both entertainment and instruction. On winter evenings, when darkness fell early and cold pressed against window panes, Rosa would listen as her grandparents shared tales of ancestors whose names had been carefully preserved through oral tradition. Some stories brought laughter. The great uncle, whose mule was as stubborn as he was. The cousin, who could imitate any bird call so perfectly that the birds themselves would answer. Other stories carried more serious lessons. The ancestor, who had hidden reading materials under floorboards during slavery times, risking punishment to claim the right to literacy. The grandmother who had walked miles each way to vote after gaining that right, refusing to be deterred by threats. These family narratives weren't just stories. They were the threads that connected Rosa to a lineage of resistance and dignity. They helped her understand that her existence was part of a longer story, one in which ordinary people had consistently made extraordinary choices in the service of freedom and justice. When Rosa married Raymond Parks in 1932, she joined her family history with his. Raymond came from a family with its own traditions of quiet resistance to racial injustice. His grandfather had been among the first generation of free black men to vote during Reconstruction, and family lore preserved the memory of his pride as he cast that ballot, standing straight-backed despite threatening glances from white onlookers. The Parks household that Rosa and Raymond established incorporated traditions from both their families. Their modest home became known for its immaculate cleanliness, a quality Rosa had learned from her mother, who viewed housekeeping not merely as chores, but as a statement of self-respect. Their table welcomed friends and family members for meals where conversation flowed as freely as sweet tea, where discussions of community concerns and national events unfolded in measured tones. Though Rosa and Raymond never had children of their own, they maintained close connections with nieces, nephews, and younger cousins, becoming important elders in an extended family network. Rosa would share family recipes and stories with these younger relatives, ensuring that knowledge continued to flow through generations like a gentle but persistent stream. The cultural traditions that shaped Rosa Parks were not confined to family alone, but extended to the broader African American community in which she was embedded. The church remained a central institution, providing not just spiritual guidance, but social connection and practical support. Community gatherings, from church suppers to neighborhood celebrations, reinforced bonds between families and created spaces where Black culture could be expressed and celebrated away from white scrutiny. Music was an essential element of this cultural heritage. Spirituals sung in church carried coded messages of resistance and hope that dated back to slavery times. Gospel music provided emotional release and spiritual uplift. The blues, with its honest confrontation of life's hardships, offered catharsis. In the Parks household, as in many others, singing while working was common practice, voices rising in harmony while hands remained busy with cooking, cleaning, or mending. By the time Rosa Parks took her seat on that Montgomery bus in December 1955, she carried within her the accumulated wisdom and strength of generations. Her refusal to move was not a spontaneous act, but one deeply rooted in family and cultural traditions of dignity and resistance. The quiet determination in her voice when she said no to the bus driver echoed the voices of ancestors who had, in their own ways, said no to injustice across centuries. As we drift toward sleep, imagining Rosa Parks sitting quietly on that bus, we might picture her surrounded by the invisible presence of those who came before, grandparents whose stories had taught her courage, parents whose insistence on education had given her tools to understand injustice, community elders whose examples had shown her how to maintain dignity in the face of disrespect. In that moment, she was both an individual making a personal choice and the embodiment of a long tradition of resistance passed down through family lines. Like precious heirlooms, the gentle rain of family influence had indeed nourished the soil of her character, preparing her for that pivotal moment, and as her act of courage rippled outward to change a nation, the values instilled by generations of family tradition continued to guide her steps through the challenging days that followed, providing a steady foundation beneath the public persona that history would come to know. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the soft glow of early morning light that filtered through pine trees, Rosa Parks began her life in Tuskegee, Alabama, on February 4, 1913. The air there carried the sweet scent of magnolia blossoms in spring and the earthy richness of red clay soil after summer rains. Her childhood unfolded in a world where nature's rhythms and human struggles intertwined like the vines that climbed the wooden fences surrounding modest homes. Rosa, born Rosa Louise Macaulay, spent her earliest years in Tuskegee, where the surrounding countryside stretched out in gentle rolling hills, dotted with cotton fields that seemed to extend endlessly toward the horizon. The cotton plants themselves created a landscape that changed with the season's bright green shoots. In spring, white fluffy bolls bursting forth. In summer, like clouds that had descended to earth. And then the bare, waiting branches of winter This cycle of planting, tending, and harvesting formed the backdrop of daily life, marking time in a way more tangible than any calendar. The Macaulay family lived in a simple wooden house, the kind where floorboards sometimes creaked with gentle sighs when walked upon, as if the house itself was breathing. Windows without screens allowed breezes to drift through rooms during hot summer months, carrying with them the sounds of cicadas, creating their rhythmic, pulsing symphony as evening approached. These natural lullabies would often accompany Rosa as she drifted to sleep on warm nights. The melody of insects blending with the occasional distant call of a whippoorwill inside their home. The soft glow of kerosene lamps cast gentle shadows across walls in evening hours. The light was never harsh, but rather created pools of golden warmth around which family would gather. The comforting aroma of cornbread baking in the oven might fill the air, mingling with the slight woody scent of the stove. Meals were prepared with ingredients often grown in their own garden, vegetables whose flavors carried the essence of the soil from which they came. When Rosa was still quite young, her parents, James and Leona Macaulay, separated. This change in family circumstances led Rosa and her mother to move to Pine Level, Alabama, to live on her grandparents' farm. This transition brought new sensory experiences that would become deeply embedded in her developing awareness of the world. The farm sat nestled among pine trees, whose needles created a soft, fragrant carpet underfoot. These trees would whisper with the slightest breeze, creating a gentle shushing sound that seemed to calm the very air around them. The farmhouse where Rosa now lived with her mother and grandparents, Rose and Sylvester Edwards, was a place where the past and present converged in tangible ways. Her grandfather, Sylvester, had been born into slavery before emancipation, and the stories he shared on the porch in the cool of evening hours connected Rosa directly to history. His voice, weathered yet strong, would rise and fall like gentle waves as he recounted experiences from decades past, his words painting pictures in the gathering darkness. The porch itself became a significant place in Rosa's childhood landscape. Wooden and wrapping partially around the house, it offered shelter from sun and rain while remaining connected to the surrounding world. From this vantage point, Rosa could observe the changing light as day transitioned to evening, watch fireflies begin their magical illumination of the yard, and listen to the gradual shift in bird songs as diurnal species settled for the night and nocturnal ones awakened. Inside the farmhouse, rooms were sparsely furnished, but made comfortable with handmade quilts, whose patterns told family stories through fabric. These quilts, crafted by her grandmother and mother, represented hours of patient work, with pieces of worn clothing transformed into art that provided both warmth and beauty. The soft texture of these quilts against her skin at night connected Rosa to the loving hands that had created them, a tactile reminder of family bonds. The kitchen served as the heart of the home, where the rhythmic sound of a wooden spoon against a mixing bowl might blend with quiet conversation, or the occasional humming of a spiritual. The cast iron stove radiated heat that varied with the season's welcome warmth in winter months, when frost painted delicate patterns on window panes, and sometimes overwhelming during Alabama summers, when even night brought little relief from humidity that wrapped around everything like a damp cloth. Water for daily use came from a well, requiring physical effort to draw up. The cool, slightly mineral taste of this water, especially refreshing after hours spent helping in the fields or garden, connected Rosa directly to the land beneath her feet. The simple act of drawing water became a meditation of sorts. The turning of the handle and the creaking of the rope creating a rhythm that punctuated days. The natural environment surrounding the farm offered lessons that no formal education could provide. Rosa learned to read the sky for approaching weather, to understand which plants could heal and which might harm, to recognize the calls of different birds and what their presence might indicate. The changing seasons brought different gifts and challenges. The breathtaking beauty of dogwood blossoms in spring, the oppressive heat of summer that seemed to slow time itself, the crisp relief of autumn with its colorful farewell to growth, and the stark simplicity of winter when the structure of trees was revealed in their leafless state. Beyond the boundaries of home and farm, Rosa's childhood landscape expanded to include the small community of Pine Level. The dirt roads that connected homes became dusty in dry weather, with fine red particles that would settle on shoes and hems of dresses. After rain, these same roads transformed into slippery clay that clung to footwear with each step, making walking a deliberate exercise requiring attention and balance. The local church stood as both a physical and spiritual landmark in this community. Its white wooden exterior gleamed in sunlight, visible from a distance through trees. Inside, wooden pews polished by generations of worshippers reflected the soft light from tall windows. The acoustics of this simple structure somehow transformed the congregation's voices during hymns, blending them into something greater than their individual parts, creating harmonies that seemed to vibrate in the very air. These Sunday gatherings provided not only spiritual nourishment, but also vital social connection, with families lingering afterward to share news and support one another. The one-room schoolhouse where Rosa received her early education was a modest building with limited resources but dedicated teachers. The school year itself adapted to agricultural rhythms, with breaks occurring when children's help was most needed for planting or harvesting. Inside the classroom, the scratch of pencils on paper created a gentle background sound as students worked on their lessons. The smell of chalk dust hung in the air, visible in shafts of sunlight that streamed through windows. Books were precious resources, often shared between several students. Their pages, sometimes worn thin at corners from years of careful turning. The social environment of Rosa's childhood was shaped by the rigid segregation of the Jim Crow South, a reality that imposed boundaries, both visible and invisible, signs designating spaces as white or colored created physical markers of division, while unwritten rules governed interactions between races. These conditions meant that the Black community developed strong internal bonds, creating networks of mutual support and care that helped members navigate a hostile, larger society. Within this context, Rosa's family emphasized education, dignity, and self-respect. Her mother, Leona, who worked as a teacher before Rosa's birth, instilled in her daughter a love of reading and learning that opened windows to worlds beyond Alabama. Books became treasured possessions in their home, handled with reverence and care. The soft turning of pages in quiet evening hours transported Rosa to places and times far removed from her immediate surroundings, nurturing her imagination and expanding her understanding of possibilities. As evening shadows lengthened across the yard and porch, family stories would often be shared. These oral histories, passed down through generations, carried wisdom and warnings, celebrations and sorrows. The cadence of these storytelling sessions had a hypnotic quality, voices rising and falling like gentle waves, sometimes accompanied by the rhythmic creaking of a rocking chair, or the soft swishing sound of a hand fan moving through still summer air. Night brought its own particular peace to the farm, with darkness relieved only by starlight, occasional moonlight, and perhaps the distant glow of a neighbor's lamp. The absence of electric lights meant that the night sky revealed itself fully, stars appearing like countless diamonds scattered across black velvet. This celestial display, viewed from the yard or through bedroom windows, connected Rosa to something vast and enduring, a perspective that would later help sustain her through difficult times. Sleep came in rooms cooled by evening breezes in summer or warmed by banked fires in winter. The sounds of night creatures, the distant hooting of owls, the chirping of crickets, the occasional rustling of small animals in nearby woods, created nature's lullaby. These sounds, familiar and reassuring, formed the soundtrack to dreams in which a young girl might imagine futures different from the present circumstances. Morning would arrive with rooster crows and changing light, beginning another day of chores, lessons, and the small adventures that make up childhood. Breakfast might bring the comforting aroma of biscuits baking, the sizzle of food on the stove, the quiet murmur of morning prayers or conversation. These daily rituals, repeated through seasons and years, created a foundation of stability, even amid the uncertainties and injustices of the larger world. The physical spaces of Rosa's childhood, home, farm, church, school, community shaped her developing sense of self and place in the world. The natural environment taught patience and observation, the rhythm of seasons demonstrating that change was inevitable, yet followed patterns that could be anticipated. Family spaces nurtured values and provided safety in a world that often denied dignity to Black Americans. Community spaces reinforced collective identity and resistance, showing how individuals could come together for mutual support and advancement. As we imagine young Rosa moving through these environments, we can see how the seeds of courage and determination were planted early and nurtured consistently. The quiet strength she would later demonstrate on that Montgomery bus had its roots in childhood lessons learned from family members who insisted on maintaining dignity despite societal messages of inferiority. The patience required for sustained resistance was developed through years of observing natural cycles and participating in agricultural work that demanded both immediate effort and faith in future harvest. By the time Rosa Parks took her seat on that Montgomery bus in December 1955, she carried within her the accumulated wisdom and strength of generations. Her refusal to move was not a spontaneous act, but one deeply rooted in family and cultural traditions of dignity and resistance. The quiet determination in her voice when she said no to the bus driver echoed the voices of ancestors who had, in their own ways, said no to injustice across centuries. As our thoughts grow heavier and sleep begins to approach, we might picture Rosa as a child, sitting on that farmhouse porch as evening gathers, listening to her grandfather's stories of survival and persistence. We can imagine the feel of the wooden porch beneath her, the sound of cicadas beginning their evening chorus, the gradual appearance of stars overhead as daylight fades. In this peaceful moment of childhood, the woman who would change history was being shaped by the gentle but powerful forces of family, community, and place, gathering strength for the journey ahead like a river collecting tributaries as it flows toward the sea. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. The formal education of Rosa Parks unfolded like a gentle stream, flowing through the challenging landscape of early 20th century Alabama. Born on February 4, 1913, in Tuskegee, Alabama, young Rosa Louise Macaulay began her educational journey in a world where learning opportunities for African American children were severely limited. Her early schooling took place in rural Pine Level, Alabama, where she attended a one-room school for African American children. Picture this small wooden schoolhouse where windows would be opened in warm weather to catch any passing breeze. The soft murmur of different age groups reciting their lessons in different corners of the room. The scratch of pencils on paper and the patient voice of a teacher moving from group to group. The school term for African American children was often shortened to accommodate agricultural seasons, with children expected to help in the fields during planting and harvesting times. Rosa would walk to school along dusty roads, perhaps stopping occasionally to examine a wildflower or listen to birdsong, storing these moments of natural beauty as respite from the harsher realities of segregated Alabama. The school itself was modestly equipped, lacking many of the resources provided to white schools in the same county. Books were often second-hand, passed down from white schools when they were deemed too worn for continued use there. Despite these challenges, Rosa developed a love for reading that would sustain her throughout her life. In the evenings, after chores were completed, she might sit by lamplight, carefully turning the pages of whatever books were available, traveling in her imagination beyond the boundaries that society had established for her. Her mother, Leona Macaulay, a former teacher herself, encouraged this love of learning, understanding that education offered a form of freedom that could not be taken away. When Rosa was 11 years old, her mother enrolled her in the Montgomery Industrial School for Girls, a private institution founded by liberal-minded women from the northern states. This school, affectionately called Miss White's School, after its founder, Alice White, provided education for African American girls with an emphasis not only on academic subjects, but also on self-worth and moral development. Here, in classrooms with large windows that let in streams of golden afternoon light, Rosa continued her education under the guidance of teachers who believed in the potential of their students. The curriculum at Miss White's school expanded Rosa's horizons beyond the basic reading, writing, and arithmetic of her earlier education. She studied literature, history, and domestic sciences, absorbing knowledge like the desert soil absorbs rare rainfall. The school's philosophy emphasized dignity, self-respect, and personal responsibility, values that would later inform Rosa's quiet but determined activism. Imagine the young Rosa sitting at her desk, her posture straight but not rigid, her attention focused on the teacher's words, storing away ideas and information that would later help her navigate a world designed to limit her possibilities. After completing her studies at Miss White's school, Rosa continued her education at Booker T. Washington High School in Montgomery. However, she was unable to graduate as she needed to care for her ailing grandmother and later her mother. This interruption in her formal education was a common experience for many African Americans of her generation, particularly women, whose educational pursuits were often subordinated to family responsibilities. Yet Rosa never abandoned her commitment to learning and intellectual growth. In the soft, quiet hours after her family members had fallen asleep, Rosa would often continue her self-education, reading books and newspapers by the gentle glow of lamplight. The words on these pages connected her to a wider world of ideas and possibilities, nurturing dreams that extended beyond the constricted opportunities available in segregated Montgomery. The rustling of pages turning in these peaceful nighttime hours represented a form of resistance, a refusal to allow external circumstances to limit her internal development. Rosa's intellectual development was also nurtured through her marriage to Raymond Parks, whom she wed in 1932. Raymond was unusually well educated for a man of his background and circumstances, and he encouraged Rosa's continuing pursuit of knowledge. He had been involved in the defense of the Scottsboro Boys, 9 young African-American men falsely accused of raping 2 white women in Alabama in 1931. Through Raymond, Rosa was introduced to broader concepts of social justice and the organized struggle for civil rights. Their home became a haven where ideas could be discussed freely, where the day's news could be analyzed and interpreted without the self-censorship often necessary in public spaces. In 1933, with Raymond's encouragement, Rosa took the remarkable step of returning to high school to earn her diploma. Picture her walking into the school building, perhaps slightly older than other students, but moving with quiet determination, her books held close to her chest, her mind focused on the opportunity before her rather than the obstacles behind her. This pursuit of education, at a time when many African American women had long ago abandoned such aspirations, speaks to Rosa's understanding of knowledge as a form of empowerment. The classroom where Rosa completed her high school education might have been simply furnished, wooden desks arranged in rows, a blackboard at the front, perhaps a map or 2 hanging on walls painted in institutional colors. But within this unassuming space, Rosa was gathering intellectual tools that would serve her throughout her life: critical thinking skills, historical context for current events, the ability to articulate thoughts clearly and persuasively. Each lesson absorbed was like a pebble added to the foundation of her developing worldview. After earning her high school diploma, Rosa's formal education continued intermittently as circumstances allowed. In the early 1940s, she briefly attended Alabama State College, absorbing additional knowledge that broadened her perspective. Throughout these years, her intellectual development was also nourished by her involvement with the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. D. Nixon. Within the NAACP, Rosa found a community of like-minded individuals committed to social change through legal and political channels. The meetings she attended, sometimes held in church basements or members' living rooms, became an alternative form of education, one where strategies were discussed, legal precedents analyzed, and the slow, painstaking work of challenging segregation was planned and coordinated. In these gatherings, voices would be kept low but intense, ideas exchanged with the urgency of those who understood that knowledge properly applied could change lives and communities. Rosa's work as secretary of the NAACP chapter honed her organizational skills and deepened her understanding of the legal and political dimensions of the civil rights struggle. She kept meticulous records, corresponded with the national office, and helped coordinate local activities. This role required attention to detail, discretion, and the ability to work effectively with diverse personalities, skills that complemented her growing knowledge base and strengthened her capacity for effective action. In 1954, Rosa attended a workshop on implementing integration at the Highlander Folk School in Tennessee. This progressive institution, founded by Miles Horton, provided training in labor organizing, literacy, and leadership for those working toward social justice. At Highlander, nestled in the rolling hills of eastern Tennessee, Rosa spent time with activists from across the South, sharing experiences and strategies in an integrated setting that offered a glimpse of what a non-segregated society might look like. The Highlander experience expanded Rosa's intellectual horizons and reinforced her commitment to nonviolent resistance. In workshop sessions held in rustic buildings surrounded by the natural beauty of the Tennessee countryside, participants discussed the philosophy of civil disobedience, studied successful campaigns for social change, and developed practical skills for community organizing. The gentle rhythm of days at Highlander morning discussions, afternoon skill-building sessions, evening conversations around a communal table provided Rosa with both knowledge and renewal. Throughout these years of formal and informal education, Rosa was developing a philosophy that combined practical resistance with spiritual strength. Her regular attendance at the African Methodist Episcopal Church connected her intellectual development with moral and ethical frameworks that emphasized human dignity and divine justice. In the peaceful sanctuary of the church, with sunlight filtering through stained glass windows, and the congregation's voices raised in hymns that spoke of freedom and deliverance, Rosa found spiritual sustenance for the challenging work of confronting injustice. Rosa's intellectual journey was also influenced by the broader currents of African American thought in the mid-20th century. B. Du Bois, whose concept of double consciousness, the sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, resonated with her own experiences navigating segregated society. She was aware of the debates between advocates of accommodation and proponents of more direct challenges to the status quo. From these diverse intellectual traditions, Rosa synthesized an approach that was both pragmatic and principled, one that recognized the need for strategic action while maintaining an unwavering commitment to human dignity. By December 1, 1955, when Rosa refused to give up her seat on that Montgomery bus, she had developed an intellectual framework that allowed her to understand her individual act within a broader historical and social context. Her decision was informed by years of learning, thinking, and participating in organized efforts for change. The quiet strength she displayed in that moment drew on knowledge accumulated through formal education, self-directed reading, community involvement, and spiritual practice. A constellation of learning experiences that had prepared her to act with both courage and clarity. As we rest with these thoughts of Rosa's intellectual journey, we might imagine her in a moment of quiet reflection, perhaps sitting at her kitchen table late at night, a cup of tea growing cool beside her, as she reads by the soft glow of a lamp. Outside her window, the world is still, the streets of Montgomery quiet under a canopy of stars. In this peaceful moment, she is absorbing ideas that will help shape not only her own future, but the future of a nation struggling to fulfill its promises of equality and justice. The gentle turning of pages is barely audible, yet it represents a profound form of preparation for the moment when this quiet, thoughtful woman would help set in motion events that would transform American society. Rosa Parks's intellectual development reminds us that great changes often begin with the simple, persistent pursuit of knowledge. One book, one conversation, one idea at a time. As sleep begins to envelop us like a soft blanket on a winter night, we can carry with us the comforting thought that learning, like rest, renews our capacity to face the challenges of tomorrow with clarity and purpose. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. From her earliest years, Rosa Parks was surrounded by people who quietly nurtured her spirit and sharpened her understanding of the world. These mentors and role models did not always stand on grand stages or make headlines themselves, but their gentle wisdom and steady presence helped shape the woman who would one day change history with a single act of quiet defiance. Let us drift back through time, like leaves floating on a slow-moving river, to explore the relationships that guided her journey. Her first and most enduring influence was her mother, Leona Macaulay, a teacher who believed deeply in the power of education. Leona had been forced to leave school after the 6th grade, yet she carried herself with a quiet dignity that spoke of inner strength. She taught young Rosa to read before she even entered school, sitting with her in the soft light of their home in Pine Level, Alabama, patiently guiding her through the pages of simple books. These words would echo in Rosa's mind for decades, a whispered reminder of her own value in a world that often told her otherwise. Her grandfather, Sylvester Edwards, was another towering figure in her early life, a former enslaved man who had lived through the brutality of the plantation system. He carried himself with a quiet fierceness. Rosa would sit beside him on the porch in the evenings, listening to his stories, not just of suffering, but of resistance. He spoke of the ways Black people had always found to assert their humanity, even under the harshest conditions. Sometimes, when the night was still and the fireflies danced in the yard, he would tell her about the Reconstruction era, when black men briefly held political power before white supremacy violently reasserted itself. These stories were not just history lessons, they were seeds planted in Rosa's mind, teaching her that change was possible, even if it was a hard one. As Rosa grew older, she found guidance in the wider community of Montgomery, where teachers, church leaders, and local organizers became her mentors. One of the most significant was Miss White, her teacher at the Montgomery Industrial School for Girls. The school was run by white women from the North who believed in racial uplift. And though their approach was sometimes paternalistic, Miss White stood apart. She treated her black students with genuine respect, encouraging them to think critically and question the world around them. It was in Miss White's classroom that Rosa first encountered the idea that education was not just about memorizing facts. It was about learning to see injustice clearly and finding the courage to challenge it. Another quiet but powerful influence was her husband, Raymond Parks. When they met in 1931, Raymond was already deeply involved in civil rights work, though much of it was underground. He was part of a secret network that raised money to defend the Scottsboro Boys, 9 black teenagers falsely accused of rape. Raymond's activism was dangerous. This was an era when black men could be lynched for far less. But he never flinched. He introduced Rosa to a world of political organizing that she had not known existed, bringing home pamphlets and newspapers that exposed the deeper structures of racism. He also encouraged her to finish her high school education, a rare achievement for a black woman in the segregated South at that time. Their marriage was a partnership of minds as much as hearts, and through Raymond, Rosa became connected to the larger struggle for justice. D. Nixon, a Pullman porter and leader in Montgomery's NAACP chapter. Nixon was a gruff but deeply principled man who saw something in Rosa that others overlooked: her quiet determination, her keen mind. He encouraged her to become more active in the NAACP, and in 1943, she became the chapter's secretary. It was Nixon who later bailoed her out of jail after her arrest on the bus, and it was Nixon who helped organize the Montgomery bus boycott in response. Their relationship was not always smooth. He could be impatient, and she was methodical, but they shared a common vision of dignity and justice. Perhaps the most spiritually formative relationship in Rosa's life was with her church community, particularly the Reverend Martin Luther King, SR, and later his son, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. The black church was not just a place of worship for Rosa. It was a sanctuary of resistance, where hymns carried coded messages of freedom, and sermons stirred the soul to action. Dr. King's philosophy of nonviolent resistance resonated deeply with her, aligning with her own belief that change could be achieved with moral clarity rather than brute force. She admired his eloquence, but also his willingness to listen to her, to other women in the movement, to the everyday people whose voices were often ignored. And then there were the women, the unsung mentors who shaped her in ways both subtle and profound. Women like Septima Clark, an educator who developed citizenship schools to teach Black Southerners how to read and write so they could pass voter registration tests. Clark's work showed Rosa that education was activism, that literacy could be a tool of liberation. Or Ella Baker, the brilliant organizer who believed in the power of ordinary people to lead their own movements. Baker's quiet insistence that strong people don't need strong leaders mirrored Rosa's own belief in collective action. These relationships were not always dramatic. Often, they were built in small moments, a conversation over coffee, a shared book, a quiet word of encouragement after a long day. But like drops of water slowly carving stone, they shaped Rosa's understanding of herself and her place in history. By the time she took her seat on that bus in December 1955, she was not acting alone. She was standing, or rather, sitting on the shoulders of all those who had taught her, loved her, and believed in her. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine Rosa herself reflecting on these mentors in the quiet hours of the night, their words and lessons swirling gently in her mind like leaves caught in a soft breeze. And just as they guided her, may we too find comfort in knowing that none of us walk our paths entirely alone. The voices of those who came before us, who believed in us, who saw our strength before we did, they linger in the stillness, whispering encouragement. Long after the lights have dimmed, sleep now, and may you dream of the quiet mentors whose shape lives in ways both seen and unseen. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Long before Rosa Parks became a symbol of quiet defiance, she was a young woman stepping into the working world, her hands steady, her mind sharp, her heart full of determination. Her first professional experiences were humble, as most were for Black women in the early 20th century, but they were also formative, shaping the resilience that would later define her. After completing her education at the Montgomery Industrial School for Girls, where she learned the value of discipline and self-respect, Rosa began working as a seamstress, the rhythm of the needle through fabric, the careful stitching of seams. These were meditative tasks, requiring patience and precision. She worked in small tailoring shops and private homes, her hands crafting garments for white families, while her mind absorbed the injustices around her. The pay was meager, the hours long, but Rosa never complained. Instead, she listened to the stories of other Black workers, to the whispered frustrations of women who, like her, were paid less than their worth. One of her earliest jobs was at a department store in Montgomery, where she altered dresses and repaired hems. The store was segregated, of course, with Black customers relegated to the back. and Black employees expected to remain unseen unless summoned. But even in those confined spaces, Rosa found small ways to assert her dignity. She kept her workspace immaculate, her tools neatly arranged, her posture straight. When spoken to dismissively, she responded with quiet politeness, refusing to let anyone diminish her. During these years, Rosa also began working with the NAACP, though in those early days, her involvement was quiet, almost invisible. She was not yet a public figure, but she was learning, listening to the strategies of organizers, absorbing the courage of those who spoke out. D. Nixon, a Pullman porter and labor activist, Nixon was a towering figure in the movement, a man who understood the power of collective action. Under his guidance, Rosa took meticulous notes, transcribed letters, and helped document cases of racial violence and discrimination. The work was painstaking, often heartbreaking, but it deepened her understanding of the systemic oppression around her. The 1940s were a time of simmering tension in Montgomery. World War II had ended, and Black soldiers returned home only to face the same segregation they had fought against abroad. Rosa heard their stories, men who had risked their lives for democracy, only to be denied basic rights in their own country. It stirred something in her, a quiet resolve to push for change. In 1943, she took on a new role as a housekeeper and seamstress for a white couple, Clifford and Virginia Durr. The Durrs were unusual for their time, white Southerners who opposed segregation and supported civil rights. Virginia, in particular, became an unexpected mentor to Rosa, lending her books on politics and philosophy, engaging her in conversations about justice and equality. In their home, Rosa was treated not as a servant, but as an intellectual equal, a rare experience in the Jim Crow South. Those quiet evenings, spent discussing ideas over cups of tea, expanded Rosa's vision of what was possible. Still, the realities of racism were never far away. Every day, Rosa boarded the segregated buses of Montgomery, where Black passengers were expected to give up their seats to white riders, to enter through the back door, to endure the humiliations of a system designed to demean them. She watched as elderly Black women were shoved aside, as children were scolded for sitting in the wrong section. Each incident settled into her memory, another drop in the slowly filling well of her resolve. By the early 1950s, Rosa's work with the NAACP had grown more active. She helped organize voter registration drives, patiently guiding Black citizens through the labyrinth of discriminatory laws designed to keep them from the polls. She documented cases of police brutality, her careful handwriting preserving stories that might otherwise have been erased. And always, she listened to the fears of her neighbors, to the quiet anger of women who had endured too much for too long. It was during this time that she also began working at Maxwell Air Force Base, one of the few integrated spaces in Montgomery. There, she experienced a fleeting glimpse of equality, black and white employees working side by side, sharing lunchrooms, even riding desegregated buses on the base. It was a small thing, perhaps, but to Rosa, it was proof that segregation was not inevitable, that the world could be different. Yet, outside the gates of Maxwell, the old rules still held. The contrast was jarring, a reminder of how deeply injustice was woven into daily life. But Rosa was not discouraged. Instead, she carried those glimpses of fairness with her, tucked away like embers, waiting for the right moment to ignite. Her quiet contributions during these years, her meticulous record-keeping, her willingness to listen, her refusal to accept indignity were not the stuff of headlines, but they were the foundation of something greater. Each stitch she sewed, each letter she typed, each conversation she absorbed was another thread in the tapestry of her courage. And so, as we drift toward sleep, we might imagine Rosa in those early years, her hands moving steadily over fabric or papers, her mind quietly observing, learning, preparing. The path ahead was uncertain, the challenges immense, but she was not alone. The voices of mentors, the strength of her community, the quiet certainty of her own worth, all these things gathered around her like a soft, steady light in the gathering dark. Sleep now, and may you dream of the small, steadfast steps that lead to great change. May you rest in the knowledge that courage often grows slowly, in quiet moments, before it ever makes history, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. The story of Rosa Parks is often told in a single moment, a quiet act of defiance on a Montgomery bus in December of 1955. But to understand the depth of her courage, we must slow down, breathe deeply, and let the full weight of her journey settle around us like a warm blanket on a cool night. Her life was not just one act, but countless small, deliberate choices, each one a thread woven into a larger story of justice and dignity. Picture her on that evening, the air inside the bus thick with the exhaustion of a long day's work, the seats filled quickly, white passengers claiming the front, while black passengers moved farther back, as the unjust laws of the time demanded. When the driver ordered her to give up her seat, she did not shout, did not make a scene. She simply said no. It was a whisper in the face of a storm, but it was enough. That quiet refusal was the culmination of years of preparation, of attending meetings at the NAACP, of learning from mentors like Ella Baker and Septima Clark, of witnessing the quiet strength of her mother and grandfather, arrested for her resistance. Rosa Parks did not know then that her act would ignite a movement. But the black community of Montgomery had been waiting, organizing, ready to rise. The Women's Political Council had already drafted plans for a bus boycott. When word spread of Rosa's arrest, they moved swiftly, printing leaflets, calling neighbors, passing the message from church to kitchen table for 381 days. The buses of Montgomery rolled nearly empty. As Black residents walked miles to work, carpooled, and relied on the kindness of strangers, the boycott was a symphony of endurance, and Rosa's quiet courage had been the first note. During those long months, she faced harassment, lost her job, received threatening phone calls. Yet she never wavered. She understood that her role was not just to inspire, but to testify, to stand in courtrooms, to speak at gatherings, to remind the world that the fight was not just about a seat on a bus, but about the right to move through life unburdened by humiliation. The Supreme Court's ruling in 1956, declaring segregation on buses unconstitutional, was a victory. But Rosa knew the work was far from over. In the years that followed, she and her husband moved to Detroit, where she continued her activism with the same steady determination. She worked for Congressman John Kinnears, answering letters from people in need, listening to their struggles, connecting them to resources. She never sought fame, never saw herself as larger than the movement. Instead, she remained what she had always been, a woman who believed in the power of ordinary people to make extraordinary change. Her later years were filled with quiet mentorship, guiding younger activists, reminding them that courage was not always loud, that persistence was its own kind of strength. Awards and honors came: the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the Congressional Gold Medal, but she wore them lightly, always turning the focus back to the work still to be done. As we close our eyes tonight, let us think of Rosa not as a statue or a symbol, but as a woman who sat down so others could stand up. A woman who carried the weight of history with grace. A woman who understood that justice is built not in a single moment, but in the accumulation of small, unyielding acts of dignity. The world changes in whispers as much as shouts, and so, as you drift into dreams, may you carry with you the knowledge that even the softest voice, when rooted in truth, can echo through time. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The story of Rosa Parks is woven with quiet moments of decision, each one a thread in the tapestry of a life that would change history. To understand her journey, we must linger in those pivotal instants, the breaths between action and consequence, the choices that shaped not only her path, but the course of a movement. Let us drift back to these crossroads, not with urgency, but with the gentle curiosity of tracing the lines of a life well lived. One such moment came early, in the slow southern heat of her childhood. Rosa was a small girl then, sitting with her grandfather on the porch of their Alabama home, as he kept watch with a shotgun across his lap. The Ku Klux Klan rode through the darkness, their torches flickering like malevolent fireflies. Her grandfather, a man hardened by the injustices of his time, taught her the importance of standing firm. She absorbed his quiet defiance, The way he refused to cower, even in the face of terror. It was here, in the hushed tension of those nights, that she first learned resistance could be silent, that dignity was a kind of armor. Had she internalized fear instead? Had she let the shadows of hatred dim her spirit? The woman who would one day say, "No," on a bus might have bent instead of held firm. Years later, another turning point arrived, this time in the form of opportunity. As a young woman, Rosa attended the Montgomery Industrial School, where she was taught by women who believed in the power of education to uplift. Here, she encountered ideas that stretched beyond the confines of segregation. The notion that Black lives were worthy of respect. It would have been easy to dismiss these lessons as idealism, to resign herself to the way things were, but Rosa carried these truths with her. Like embers, she would one day fan into flame. Without that education, without those teachers who saw potential in her, she might have accepted the world as it was, rather than daring to imagine what it could be. Then came the slow accumulation of smaller acts, the quiet refusals that prepared her for the moment the world would remember. She refused to drink from segregated water fountains, choosing thirst over indignity. She walked instead of riding buses where Black passengers were made to enter through the back. These were not grand gestures, not the stuff of headlines, but they were rehearsals in courage. Each time she chose dignity over convenience, her resolve deepened, like a river carving its path through stone. If she had surrendered to exhaustion, if she had decided that small rebellions were not worth the effort, December 1, 1955, might have been just another day, but of course, it was not. That evening, weary from a long day of sewing at Montgomery Fair department store, Rosa boarded the Cleveland Avenue bus. She paid her fare, took her seat in the colored section, and let the rhythm of the city lull her into momentary stillness. When the driver demanded she surrender her seat to a white passenger, something in her settled. It was not anger that moved her, not impulsiveness, just the calm certainty of a woman who had spent a lifetime refusing to shrink. "No," she said, soft but unshakable. The bus filled with tension, the air thick with the weight of what was unfolding. The police were called. She was arrested. And in that act of stillness, in that refusal to move, the world began to turn differently. What if she had stood? What if fatigue had won, or fear? The Montgomery bus boycott, 381 days of coordinated resistance, might never have been ignited. A young preacher named Martin Luther King Jr. might not have risen to national prominence. The civil rights movement might have lacked one of its defining sparks. But Rosa did stand, just not in the way the bus driver expected. She stood in her refusal, in her quiet insistence that she would not be treated as less than human. Even after the boycott, after the Supreme Court ruled segregation on buses unconstitutional, there were more choices to make. Fame could have swallowed her. She could have let her name become a symbol, while she retreated from the fight. Instead, she and her husband Raymond moved to Detroit, where she continued working for justice, this time in the North, where racism wore different masks. She mentored young activists, reminding them that change was a long road, that patience and persistence were as vital as passion. Had she rested on her laurels, had she decided her work was done, generations might have lost the wisdom of her steady, guiding hand in her later years, as honors piled up medals, statues, streets renamed in her honor. She remained grounded, never mistaking recognition for resolution. She knew the work was unfinished, and so she kept showing up, kept speaking, kept teaching. The Rosa Parks of 1955 could not have known the full impact of her refusal, just as the Rosa Parks of later years could not see all the ripples her mentorship would create, but she trusted in the power of small, deliberate choices, the way a single pebble can send waves across a pond. As we reflect on these turning points, let us do so slowly, like turning the pages of a well-loved book. Each decision was a stitch in the fabric of her legacy, not just the famous no, but the countless quieter enoughs that came before and after. What if any one of them had gone differently? The tapestry would still exist, but the pattern would not be the same. So tonight, as you drift toward sleep, think of how your own life is shaped by quiet moments of choice. The times you stood firm when it would have been easier to bend, the times you spoke softly when others were shouting. Rosa's story reminds us that courage is not always dramatic, that history is made in the accumulation of small, steadfast acts. And as you close your eyes, may you carry with you the peace of knowing that even the gentlest resolve can change the world, one quiet no at a time. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Rosa Parks's life was woven together by the quiet strength of relationships, some tender, some challenging, all shaping her in ways both seen and unseen. Her story is not one of solitude, but of connection, of voices that lifted her when she was weary, of hands that steadied her when the road grew long. From the beginning, her family was her foundation. Her mother, Leona Macaulay, was a teacher who instilled in young Rosa the value of education and dignity. Leona's quiet perseverance in the face of hardship taught Rosa that resilience was not loud, but deep, a lesson she would carry with her always. Her grandfather, Sylvester Edwards, was another steady presence, a man who had lived through slavery and Reconstruction, whose stories of survival and defiance lingered in the air of their small home like the scent of wood smoke. He would sit with Rosa on the porch at night, pointing to the stars, telling her that no one could own the sky just as no one could own her spirit. Then there was Raymond Parks, the man who became her husband. He was a barber, a proud and serious man with a sharp mind and a love for justice. When they met, Rosa was struck by how different he was from other men. He cared about things beyond himself, about the world and its injustices. He was already involved in civil rights work when they married in 1932. And it was Raymond who encouraged Rosa to return to school and earn her high school diploma, a rare achievement for a black woman in Alabama at the time. Theirs was a partnership built on mutual respect, a shared belief in standing up for what was right. But love does not mean the absence of conflict. Raymond was protective, sometimes overly so. When Rosa first considered joining the NAACP, he hesitated, fearing for her safety. And later, on the night of her arrest, it was Raymond who arrived at the jailhouse, his face tight with worry, his hands gripping the bars as if he could will her free. They argued that evening. He wanted her to step back, to let others take the risks. But Rosa, gentle yet immovable, told him she could not. In time, he came to understand, to stand beside her even when fear gnawed at him. Their marriage was not perfect, but it was enduring, a quiet testament to the way love and conviction can walk hand in hand. Beyond family, there were the friendships that sustained her. One of the closest was with Johnny Carr, a childhood friend who remained by Rosa's side for decades. They had met as girls, attending the same one-room schoolhouse. And even then, Johnny was bold where Rosa was reserved, outspoken where Rosa was thoughtful. Their differences balanced one another. When Rosa was arrested, it was Johnny who helped organize support, who stood at rallies and spoke when Rosa's own voice trembled with exhaustion. In later years, when both women had become elders in the movement, they would sit together on quiet afternoons, sipping tea and laughing about the stubbornness of young activists who thought they had invented resistance. And then there were the mentors, those who guided her before she became a guiding light herself. D. Nixon, a Pullman porter and civil rights organizer who saw something in Rosa long before the world did. He was the one who asked her to serve as secretary of the Montgomery NAACP, who trusted her with the painstaking work of documenting injustices. Rosa hesitated. She had not set out to make history, but Nixon's belief in her steadied her resolve. Later, of course, came the younger activists who looked to her as a North Star, people like Claudette Colvin, the 15-year-old who had refused to give up her seat months before Rosa, but whose case the NAACP felt they couldn't pursue due to her age and circumstances. Rosa never forgot Claudette, and in the years that followed, she made sure others didn't either, always acknowledging that the movement was made of many voices, many acts of courage. Even in her later years, when her name was known worldwide, Rosa remained deeply connected to the people around her. She corresponded with schoolchildren who wrote to her, answering each letter with care. She mentored young organizers, listening more than she spoke, offering wisdom in quiet moments rather than grand speeches. One of her assistants recalled how, after a long day of interviews and appearances, Rosa would sit in her Detroit apartment, flipping through photo albums, her fingers tracing the faces of those who had walked beside her. "We never did any of this alone," she would say softly. There were losses, 2 relationships strained by time or disagreement. Some in the movement felt she should have been more confrontational in later years. Others wanted her to be a symbol rather than a living, changing woman. There were friends who drifted away, family members who passed before her, leaving gaps in the world that no amount of fame could fill. But Rosa understood that love was not about perfection. It was about showing up, about the small acts of kindness, the note sent to a grieving friend, the hand placed over another's in a moment of doubt. As you drift towards sleep tonight, think of the people who have shaped your own life, the ones who challenged you, who comforted you, who saw your strength before you did. Rosa's story reminds us that no one moves through the world untouched by others, that even the most steadfast among us are held up by unseen hands. And so, as your breathing slows and your thoughts grow quiet, may you carry with you the warmth of connection, the knowledge that you, too, are part of a tapestry woven by love. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. In the quiet spaces between her public life, Rosa Parks found comfort in the simple rhythms of home. Her Detroit apartment, though modest, was filled with the warmth of cherished objects. A worn Bible on the bedside table, a collection of teacups from thrift stores, each one telling its own silent story. She moved through these rooms with the same deliberate grace she carried into the world, her footsteps soft, her hands always busy with some small task. In the early mornings, before the city outside her window fully woke, she would sit at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee, the steam curling upward as she read the newspaper or penned replies to the letters that arrived daily from strangers and old friends alike. Her marriage to Raymond Parks, though it had its strains, was a partnership built on deep respect. They had met in 1931, when Rosa was still a young seamstress, and Raymond, a barber with a sharp mind and a quiet intensity, had impressed her with his dedication to justice. He was the one who encouraged her to finish her education when so many doors were closed to her, the one who stood beside her even when the weight of her choices made life difficult. Though he passed away in 1977, his presence lingered in the way she kept his favorite chair by the window. In the careful way she folded his old sweaters in her dresser drawer, as if he might one day need them again. Family was her anchor. Her mother, Leona, had instilled in her a love of learning and an unshakable faith, lessons Rosa carried like a quiet flame. Sundays were often spent with her nieces and nephews, who remembered her not as an icon, but as the aunt who baked sweet potato pies with just the right amount of cinnamon, who listened to their schoolyard stories with genuine interest, her laughter as soft as the rustle of leaves. She had no children of her own, but she mothered in her own way through letters, through the way she remembered every birthday, through the hours she spent tutoring neighborhood children who struggled with their reading in the evenings when the light outside turned golden and the noises of the city softened. Rosa would often sit by the window with a book in her lap. She loved poetry, especially the works of Langston Hughes, whose words seemed to hum with the same quiet strength she carried within herself. Sometimes she would read aloud, her voice barely above a whisper, as if savoring each syllable. Other times, she simply let the words settle into the silence around her, finding comfort in their rhythm. Her hands were seldom still, even in her later years. She kept up her sewing, a skill she had learned as a girl in Alabama. The needle moved in and out of the fabric with practiced ease, mending a torn hem or stitching a quilt square for a friend's new baby. There was something meditative in the work, the way the thread wove patterns only she could see. She once told a visitor that sewing reminded her of life, how small, careful stitches could hold something together even when the world tried to pull it apart. Gardening was another quiet joy. On her small balcony, she tended to pots of geraniums and herbs, her fingers brushing the soil with the same tenderness she might use to comfort a child. She loved the way the plants responded to care, how a little water and sunlight could coax green from the hardest earth. It was a kind of faith, she thought, the belief that growth was always possible, even in the most unlikely places. Music filled the spaces between her thoughts. Gospel hymns from her childhood, the deep resonance of Mahalia Jackson's voice, the hum of old spirituals that carried the weight of history. Sometimes, when no one was around, she would sing softly to herself, the melodies weaving through the rooms like a gentle breeze. It was a private kind of worship, a way of remembering where she came from and the people who had carried her forward, though she was often seen as a symbol. Rosa resisted the idea that she was anything more than an ordinary woman who had made an extraordinary choice. She disliked the term hero, preferring instead to think of herself as someone who had simply done what was necessary. When asked about her legacy, she would often deflect, speaking instead of the countless others who had marched, who had organized, who had lost their lives without ever seeing the change they fought for. I was just one thread in the fabric, she would say, her voice steady. Her friendships were built on small, steadfast acts. The pot of soup brought to a sick neighbor, the long phone calls with old comrades where little was said, but much was understood. One of her closest friends, a woman named Elaine Steele, became like a daughter to her in her later years, helping with errands, sharing quiet meals, sitting beside her on the couch as they watched the evening news. Their bond was woven from everyday moments, a shared cup of tea, a walk around the block when the weather was fine, the unspoken understanding that some burdens were easier to carry when you didn't have to carry them alone. Rosa's faith was the quiet undercurrent of her life. She had been raised in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and its teachings of justice, of endurance, of a love that demanded action shaped her in ways both seen and unseen. She rarely spoke of her beliefs in grandiose terms, but those who knew her well could see it in the way she treated others, in the patience she showed even when the world was unkind. Prayer, for her, was not always words. Sometimes it was the act of listening, of holding space for someone else's pain. As the years passed, her pace slowed, but her mind remained sharp, her heart still open. She took joy in the small things, the first sip of hot tea on a winter morning, the sound of children playing outside her window, the way the sunlight fell across her living room floor in the late afternoon. She had lived long enough to see the world change in ways she once could only imagine, but she never lost sight of the work still to be done. Even in her final years, when her body grew frail, her spirit remained unbroken, a quiet testament to the power of resilience. And so, as you close your eyes tonight, imagine Rosa in her favorite chair, a book open in her lap, the evening light softening the lines of her face. Think of the love she carried, the small acts of kindness that shaped her days, the ordinary moments that made her extraordinary. Let her story remind you that a life well lived is not always measured in grand gestures, but in the quiet, steady presence of a heart that refuses to harden. And as sleep draws near, may you, too, find comfort in the knowledge that the world is woven with such quiet strength, and that you are part of its enduring tapestry, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Rosa Parks's days were woven with quiet rhythms, steady and deliberate, like the turning of pages in a well-loved book. Each morning began in the soft hush of dawn, the world still wrapped in shadows as she stirred from sleep. In her younger years, when she worked as a seamstress in Montgomery, Alabama, she would rise before the sun, the floorboards cool beneath her bare feet, as she moved through the small, tidy home she shared with her husband, Raymond. The first ritual of the day was always the same, a moment of stillness by the window, where she would watch the pale light creep over the rooftops, her hands folded in silent prayer. It was not a grand or dramatic gesture, just a quiet acknowledgement of the day ahead, a grounding in the faith that carried her through. Then came the ritual of tea, always brewed strong, with a touch of honey to sweeten it. She would cradle the warm cup in her hands, feeling the heat seep into her fingers as she planned her day. Breakfast was simple, a bowl of oatmeal perhaps, or a slice of buttered toast with jam, eaten slowly at the kitchen table, while the world outside began to wake. The clatter of dishes, the murmur of neighbors greeting one another, the distant hum of the city stirring to life, all of it blended into the comforting soundtrack of her mornings. Dressed in her carefully pressed clothes, she would gather her sewing supplies, a sturdy bag filled with needles, thread, scissors, and fabric, before stepping out into the day. The walk to work was a familiar one, her feet tracing the same path she had walked for years, past the same storefronts, the same trees, the same faces. She knew the bus drivers by name, the rhythm of their schedules, the way they nodded to her as she boarded. For years, she rode without incident, her quiet presence a steady constant in the ebb and flow of the city. But even then, in those ordinary moments, she was paying attention, noticing the way people were treated, the small injustices that others might overlook. Her work at the Montgomery Fair department store was methodical, her hands moving with practiced ease as she stitched hems, repaired seams, and tailored garments to fit. The hum of the sewing machine was a soothing sound, rhythmic and steady, like a heartbeat. She took pride in her work, in the precision of her stitches, the neatness of her repairs. Around her, the store buzzed with activity, customers chatting, cash registers ringing, the occasional burst of laughter. But she moved through it all with a quiet focus, her mind as sharp as her needles. Lunch was often a simple affair, a sandwich wrapped in wax paper, a piece of fruit, eaten in the employee break room, or, on warmer days, on a bench outside where she could feel the sun on her face. Sometimes, she would share her meal with a coworker, their conversation drifting from the weather to family news to the latest happenings in the city. She was a good listener, her quiet presence making space for others to speak. When the workday ended, she would walk back home, her steps slower now, her body tired from hours of standing. But there was still a sense of purpose in her movements, a knowledge that the evening held its own small joys. Dinner was prepared with care, perhaps a pot of soup simmering on the stove, the aroma of onions and herbs filling the kitchen. Raymond would join her at the table, their conversation easy, familiar, the kind that comes from years of shared life. They spoke of their day, of the news, of the things that mattered to them. And always, woven through their words, was the unspoken understanding of the world they lived in, the struggles they faced, the hope they carried. After dinner, there was time for quiet reflection. Some evenings, she would sit with a book, the lamplight casting a warm glow over the pages. Other times, she might write letters to friends or family, her handwriting neat and deliberate. And sometimes, she simply sat in silence, her hands folded in her lap, her thoughts turning inward. It was in these quiet moments that her faith felt most alive, not in grand proclamations, but in the steady certainty that she was part of something larger, a story that stretched far beyond her own life. As the night deepened, she would ready herself for bed. The rituals of washing her face, brushing her hair, slipping into her nightgown, all performed with the same quiet care she brought to everything. The bed was cool and welcoming, the weight of the blankets a comfort as she settled in. Sometimes sleep came easily, her body surrendering to the tiredness of the day. Other nights, her mind would wander back to the events of the day, forward to the work still to be done. But even then, there was a peace in knowing that the the morning would come again, with its own rhythms, its own small graces. In her later years, after the world had come to know her name, her routines shifted, the pace of her days slowed, the demands on her time less pressing. She still rose early, still took her tea by the window, but now there was more space for quiet reflection, for the small pleasures she had always cherished, the sunlight through the curtains, the sound of birdsong outside, the weight of a book in her hands. All of it felt richer, more precious. And so, as you drift toward sleep tonight, imagine Rosa in these moments, her hands smoothing fabric, her voice soft in conversation, her footsteps steady on familiar paths. Think of the ordinary rituals that shaped her days, the quiet strength that carried her through. Let her story remind you that even the simplest routines can hold meaning, that a life well lived is built not on grand stages, but in the small, steady acts of each day. And as sleep draws near, may you find comfort in the knowledge that rest, too, is part of the rhythm, a gentle pause before the next day begins. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Rosa Parks carried within her a quiet but unshakable belief in the dignity of every person. It was not a philosophy she had to learn from books or speeches. It was something she felt in her bones, a truth as natural as breathing. From her earliest years in Tuskegee, Alabama, where the scent of pine trees mingled with the red clay earth, she understood that justice was not an abstract idea, but something deeply personal, woven into the fabric of daily life. Her grandfather, a stern but loving man, would sit with her on the porch in the evenings, telling stories of resistance, of men and women who refused to bow to cruelty. Those stories settled in her heart, not as lessons to be memorized, but as quiet reminders of what was right. Even as a child, Rosa noticed the small indignities, the way her school books were worn and tattered, while white children received new ones, the way her mother's voice tightened when speaking of the rules they had to follow. But she also noticed the quiet defiance in her family's home, the way they held themselves with pride, even when the world tried to tell them they were less. And Rosa took those words to heart, folding them into her being like a cherished letter kept safe in a pocket. As she grew older, her understanding of injustice deepened, but so did her belief in the power of quiet resistance. She was not one for grand speeches or dramatic gestures. Her strength lay in her stillness, in the way she could say no without raising her voice. When she refused to give up her seat on that bus in Montgomery, it was not the first time she had resisted, only the first time the world took notice. For years, she had quietly challenged the rules, stepping off buses that demanded she enter through the back, holding her head high when clerks ignored her at store counters. And in that moment, her refusal was not just about a seat. It was about a lifetime of being told she was less, and finally saying enough. Her faith was another anchor in her life, the hymns she sang in church, the prayers whispered in the dark, all sustained her. She believed deeply that God had called her to stand for justice, not with anger, but with a calm certainty. Faith is not just something you feel on Sundays, she would say. And indeed, her road was long years of threats, of financial struggle, of watching others take credit for the movement she helped spark. But she never faltered, because her belief was not in fame or reward, but in the rightness of the cause itself. In the years after Montgomery, as the civil rights movement grew louder and more visible, Rosa remained a steady, quiet force. She admired the passion of younger activists, but her own approach never changed. She believed in the power of ordinary people to do extraordinary things, not through violence or grandstanding, but through simple, unwavering conviction. You don't have to be loud to be strong. She often reminded those who asked her for advice. Her home in Detroit became a place of refuge, not just for her, but for others in the movement. The smell of simmering greens and cornbread filled the air, and the walls were lined with books, biographies of Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, and others who had walked the path before her. She would sit at her kitchen table, sipping tea, listening to the stories of young activists who came to her for wisdom. She never pretended to have all the answers, but she offered what she could: a listening ear, a steady presence, the reminder that change was a slow, patient work. Even in her later years, when the world honored her as a hero, she resisted the label. "I was just tired," she would say of that day on the bus. But those who knew her understood that it was never just about physical exhaustion. It was a weariness of the soul, a refusal to let injustice go unchallenged any longer. And yet, despite all she had endured, there was no bitterness in her. She found joy in small things: the laughter of children, the first blooms of spring, the warmth of a hand held in solidarity. Her philosophy was not complicated, but it was profound. Treat others with kindness, stand up for what is right, and never let fear dictate your choices. She believed that change began in the heart, in the quiet moments when a person decided they would no longer accept the world as it was, but would work to make it as it should be. Each person must live their life as a model for others, she once wrote. And she lived those words every day, not as a performance, but as a natural extension of who she was. As the years passed and her steps slowed, she continued to speak, to teach, to remind people that the fight for justice was not over. But she also took time to rest, to sit by her window and watch the world go by. She found peace in the rhythm of the days, in the knowledge that she had done what she could, and that others would carry the work forward. And so, as you drift toward sleep tonight, think of Rosa, not just as the woman who changed history, but as someone who understood the weight of small moments, the power of quiet courage. Imagine her hands, weathered but gentle, turning the pages of a book. Imagine her voice, soft but firm, speaking words of encouragement. And may her example remind you the greatest changes often begin not with shouting, but with a whisper, a single, steadfast no, spoken at just the right time. Let her story settle over you like a blanket, warm and reassuring. Know that rest, too, is part of the work, a gathering of strength for the days ahead. And as sleep draws near, may you carry with you the quiet truth that shaped her life, that dignity is not given, but claimed, one small, brave act at a time. With each breath becoming slower and deeper, let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Rosa Parks' life was not defined by a single moment of refusal, though that moment would come to symbolize so much. Long before the bus, long before the world knew her name, she carried within her the quiet weight of countless small injustices, each one shaping her resolve from her earliest years in Tuskegee, Alabama. She understood the harsh realities of segregation, the way it seeped into every part of life, dictating where she could walk, learn, and dream. As a child, she walked to school while white children rode buses, their laughter drifting past her like something from another world. But even then, she was learning to observe, to measure the weight of inequality, and to store it away like kindling for a fire she would one day help light. When she was a young woman, the world often tried to tell her what she could not do. After finishing school, she dreamed of becoming a teacher, but the path was not easy. Resources for Black students were scarce, opportunities even scarcer. She took what work she could find, sewing, cleaning, doing the invisible labor that kept other lives running smoothly. But she never let the work define her. In the evenings, after long hours of toil, she would read, her mind reaching beyond the confines of the day. She joined the NAACP, quietly absorbing the strategies of those who fought for justice, learning that change did not always come in grand gestures, but in steady, determined steps. Then came December 1, 1955, a day that would etch her name into history. It was just an ordinary evening, the bus crowded as always, the air thick with exhaustion. When the driver demanded she give up her seat, she did not shout, did not make a scene. She simply said no. A single word weighted with generations of resistance. But that refusal came at a cost. She was arrested, fingerprinted, made to stand trial. The threats came soon after, angry voices on the phone, the looming shadow of violence. She and her husband lost their jobs, forced to leave Montgomery to find work elsewhere. The toll was heavy, but she did not waver. Years later, she would say, "I had no idea when I refused to give up my seat that night that it would turn into this." Even after the boycott succeeded, after the buses were desegregated, the road did not grow easier. She and her husband moved to Detroit, hoping for a fresh start, but racism followed them north. Jobs were hard to come by, and the indignities of discrimination stretched across state lines. She worked as a seamstress, then as an aide in a congressman's office, always underpaid, always overlooked in ways both large and small. But she never stopped speaking, never stopped teaching. She knew that the fight was not just about laws, but about hearts, about the slow, patient work of helping people see one another's humanity. In her later years, the challenges shifted. The world celebrated her as a hero, but she often felt the weight of being seen as a symbol rather than a person. People expected her to be fearless, unbreakable, but she carried her own doubts, her own weariness. There were nights when the memories of struggle kept her awake, when the echoes of threats and losses whispered in the dark. But she found solace in small things: the rhythm of knitting needles, the scent of fresh brewed tea, the steady presence of family and friends who reminded her that she was loved, not just admired. When illness came, slowing her steps, she did not rage against it. She accepted it as she had accepted so many things, with quiet grace, with the understanding that even the strongest among us must sometimes yield. She continued to speak when she could, her voice softer now, but no less certain. And when she could no longer travel, no longer stand before crowds, she wrote, her words reaching out like an outstretched hand. Through it all, she held fast to a simple truth: that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to act in spite of it. She had learned, over a lifetime of setbacks, that justice was not a single victory, but a series of small, stubborn acts, a refusal here, a voice raised there, a quiet insistence on dignity in the face of those who would deny it. And so, as you rest tonight, let her story remind you that obstacles are not the end of the road, but part of the path. That even in the darkest moments, there is strength in stillness, power in patience, and that sometimes the most revolutionary act of all is simply to endure, to keep going, one steady breath at a time. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Rosa Parks carried the world's admiration like a cloak, sometimes warm, sometimes heavy. But beneath that cloak was a woman of quiet contradictions, small joys, and hidden talents that made her not just an icon, but a person. Few knew, for instance, that she had a delicate, almost secretive love for gardening. In the soft earth of her backyard, she would kneel for hours, coaxing life from the soil with the same patience she had shown in her activism. Her hands, so often remembered for the firmness with which they refused a bus seat, were also tender with seedlings, carefully tucking them into the ground as if whispering a promise. She grew collard greens and tomatoes, yes, but also flowers, bright marigolds, and delicate roses, because she believed beauty was as necessary as bread. And then there was her voice. The world knew her words, strong, measured, but few knew she could sing. Not perform, not for crowds, but in the quiet moments, humming old hymns while folding laundry or standing at the stove. Her voice was low and warm, a private comfort. Sometimes, when the weight of the movement pressed too hard, she would let those melodies carry her back to childhood, to the Alabama church pews, where she first learned that faith and justice were intertwined. She was also a woman of small, stubborn habits. Every morning, without fail, she would brew a cup of tea, not coffee, never coffee, and sip it slowly, letting the steam rise like a meditation. It was a ritual she refused to rush, even on the busiest days. And though she was often portrayed as unshakably composed, those close to her knew she had a playful side. She loved word games, especially crossword puzzles, which she tackled with a quiet competitiveness, her pencil tapping against the newspaper when she was stuck on a clue. Once, after a long day of meetings, she stayed up late to finish one, determined not to let a single square defeat her. Her hands were rarely still. When she wasn't gardening or writing, she was knitting scarves, blankets, tiny sweaters for the children of friends. The rhythm of the needles soothed her, a counterpoint to the whirl of her public life. She gave these creations away freely, never mentioning the hours they took, as if the act of making something tangible was its own reward. Once, when a young activist confessed to feeling hopeless, Rosa pressed a knitted scarf into her hands and said, simply, "Keep going." She had a sweet tooth, too, one she rarely indulged in public, but surrendered to in private. Her weakness was pecan pie, the kind so rich it made her close her eyes in satisfaction after the first bite. She would laugh when caught, as if it were a secret rebellion against the image of the ever-disciplined Rosa Parks. And though she spoke little of it, she adored animals, especially cats. There was a stray that visited her porch for years, a scruffy gray thing she never officially adopted, but always fed, speaking to it in low, affectionate tones, as if they shared an understanding. Even her bravery had quiet layers. People spoke of her defiance on the bus, but fewer knew how deeply afraid she had been in the days that followed, how she lay awake at night listening for threats, how her hands trembled when she answered the phone. But fear to her was not weakness, it was simply part of being human. And so she moved through it, one small step at a time, just as she moved through her garden, her knitting, her crossword puzzles, not rushing, not forcing, but trusting in the slow, steady work of living. In her later years, when the world saw only the legend, she clung to these ordinary joys. They anchored her, reminding her that she was more than a symbol. She was a woman who loved the feel of soil between her fingers, the sound of a hymn hummed under her breath, the warmth of a scarf wrapped around her shoulders on a cold night. And as you drift toward sleep tonight, perhaps you can imagine her there, in those quiet moments, not the Rosa Parks of history books, but the woman who knew that courage was woven from small, stubborn acts of living, just like yours. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Rosa Parks was born in a world that was both harsh and hopeful, a world shaped by forces much larger than any single person, but one that would, in time, be changed by her quiet courage. She entered life on February 4, 1913, in Tuskegee, Alabama, a small town where the echoes of the past and the tremors of the future could be felt in equal measure. The early 1900s were a time of contradiction, a period of great innovation and crushing oppression, of soaring dreams and suffocating realities. The Wright brothers had taken flight just a decade before her birth, and yet, for Black Americans in the South, the weight of Jim Crow laws kept them firmly, painfully, on the ground. The America of her childhood was a place where segregation was not just a social custom, but a legal mandate. Signs marked whites only hung over water fountains, restrooms, and train cars, enforcing a rigid separation that seeped into every corner of daily life. And yet, even in this world of enforced division, there were whispers of resistance, small acts of defiance that would one day swell into a movement. Rosa's own grandfather, Sylvester Edwards, had been born into slavery, and his stories of survival and quiet rebellion shaped her understanding of what it meant to endure and to resist. As a young girl, she attended a one-room schoolhouse where the windows were often broken by white children throwing stones. A cruel reminder that education, too, was a battleground. But her mother, Leona, was a teacher, and she instilled in Rosa a deep love of learning, a belief that knowledge was a kind of armor. Books became her refuge, and though the world outside was loud with injustice, she found solace in the steady turn of pages, the quiet rhythm of study. The 1920s, when Rosa was coming of age, were a time of cultural ferment. The Harlem Renaissance was in full swing, with writers like Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston giving voice to Black joy, sorrow, and resilience. Jazz spilled out of speakeasies, a syncopated rebellion against the strictures of the era. But in the South, the Ku Klux Klan was resurgent, and lynchings were a grim, ever-present terror. Rosa would have felt the tension between these two realities, the brilliance of Black art and the brutality of white supremacy, each shaping her understanding of what it meant to be Black in America. By the time she married Raymond Parks in 1932, the country was deep in the throes of the Great Depression. Bread lines stretched for blocks, and families struggled to survive. Raymond, a barber and a quiet activist, introduced her to the NAACP, where she would later serve as secretary. It was here that she began to see the power of organized resistance, the way small actions could ripple outward. But even as she worked behind the scenes, the world beyond was shifting. World War II erupted, and though the fight against fascism overseas was framed as a battle for freedom, Black soldiers returned home to the same old prejudices. The hypocrisy was impossible to ignore, and the seeds of the civil rights movement were quietly taking root. The 1950s dawned with a mix of optimism and unease. Television brought images of white picket fences and suburban bliss into living rooms. But for Black Americans, the reality was often one of red-lined neighborhoods, underfunded schools, and the constant threat of violence. It was in this decade, on a cool December evening in 1955, that Rosa Parks would do the thing that made her name synonymous with courage. She had spent the day working as a seamstress, her hands moving steadily over fabric, her mind perhaps drifting to the simple pleasures she cherished, the sweetness of pecan pie, the soft purr of the stray cat that visited her porch when she boarded the bus that evening. She was tired in more ways than one. Her refusal to give up her seat was not a spontaneous act, but the culmination of years of quiet observation, of witnessing the daily indignities heaped upon her community. She had seen black women dragged off buses for sitting in the wrong section. She had heard the slurs, felt the weight of stares. And so, when the driver demanded she move, she stayed. It was a small act, a simple no, but it was also a spark. The Montgomery bus boycott that followed was a testament to the power of collective action. For 381 days, Black residents walked, carpooled, and organized, their footsteps a quiet drumbeat of change. The boycott was not just about buses, but about dignity, about the right to exist without apology. And though Rosa would become the face of the movement, she always insisted that she was just one of many. The real work, she knew, was done by the ordinary people who walked miles in worn-out shoes, who faced threats and firings, but kept going. As the civil rights movement gained momentum, the world around Rosa was shifting in other ways. The 1960s brought the Freedom Rides, the March on Washington, the Voting Rights Act. Reminders that progress was fragile, hard-won. Through it all, Rosa remained steady, a quiet force who understood that change was not a single act, but a lifetime of showing up. In her later years, she watched as the world she had helped shape continued to evolve. The internet age brought new ways of organizing, new voices to the fight for justice, but she never lost her love for the simple, unhurried rhythms of life, the feel of yarn between her fingers as she knitted, the rustle of leaves in her garden, the comfort of a crossword puzzle on a quiet afternoon. And so, as you drift toward sleep tonight, think of her not just as the woman who changed history, but as a person who found joy in the small, ordinary moments, a woman who knew that courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision to act in spite of it, a woman who, even in the face of great change, never forgot the sweetness of pecan pie, the quiet companionship of a stray cat, the steady, unshakable belief that a better world was possible, one small, stubborn step at a time. The night is soft around you now, the edges of the day blurring into rest. And somewhere in the quiet, perhaps Rosa Parks is still there, sitting on her porch, humming a hymn, her hands steady, her heart full, reminding you that bravery is not always loud. Sometimes it is as gentle as a breath, as quiet as the turning of a page, as simple as refusing to move, and in that refusal, changing everything. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Rosa Parks' refusal to give up her seat on that Montgomery bus was like a pebble dropped into still water. The ripples spread far beyond that quiet act of defiance, touching lives, reshaping laws, and shifting the way people saw themselves and each other. It was a moment that seemed small, almost ordinary, yet it carried the weight of centuries of injustice, and in its wake, the world would never be the same. At first, the reaction was local, a slow simmer of outrage and solidarity. The Black community of Montgomery, tired of humiliation and indignity, organized the bus boycott, a peaceful but unyielding protest that stretched for over a year. People walked miles in the rain, shared rides, refused to bend under the weight of a system designed to break them. And through it all, Rosa Parks remained a quiet symbol, not because she sought the spotlight, but because her simple act had already said enough. As news of the boycott spread, so did the story of the seamstress who had said no. Newspapers carried her name, activists invoked her courage, and suddenly, the quiet woman from Alabama became a beacon for a movement much larger than herself. The boycott ended in victory. The Supreme Court ruled segregation on buses unconstitutional. But the real change was in the hearts of those who had witnessed what collective action could do. People who had once felt powerless began to see that small acts, when multiplied, could move mountains. In the years that followed, Rosa Parks' influence rippled outward. She became a symbol, yes, but also a reminder that courage did not always come with grand speeches or dramatic gestures. Sometimes it was simply sitting down and staying put. Young activists, learning of her quiet resistance, found strength in the idea that they too could make a difference without raising their voices. Then a young pastor rose to prominence during the boycott, and the tactics of peaceful resistance that defined the era owed much to the quiet determination Rosa had embodied. But her impact was not just in the streets or courtrooms. It was in the way people began to see themselves. For Black Americans, her defiance was a mirror held up to their own worth, proof that they did not have to accept humiliation as their lot in life. For white Americans, it was a challenge to reconsider the world they had taken for granted. Some resisted, clinging to old prejudices, but others found themselves questioning, slowly awakening to the injustice they had ignored for too long. Over time, Rosa Parks' name became shorthand for resistance, her story told in classrooms, her image printed on posters and memorialized in statues. But she was always more than a symbol. She was a woman who continued to work, to speak, to push for justice. Long after that day on the bus, she moved to Detroit, where she fought for fair housing and against police brutality, reminding people that the struggle did not end with one victory. She mentored young activists, her quiet wisdom a steady presence in a movement that sometimes burned with impatience. the world changed around her, sometimes in ways that must have felt unimaginable. In 1955, the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, the slow dismantling of Jim Crow, each step forward carried echoes of that moment on the bus. And as new generations rose, they took her story with them, finding in it not just history, but a lesson in how to face their own battles. The women's movement, the disability rights movement, the fight for LGBTQ plus equality, all drew strength from the idea that ordinary people could refuse, could resist, could change the world. Yet for all the grand shifts she helped inspire, Rosa Parks never lost her connection to the small, steady rhythms of life. Even in her later years, as she watched the internet age bring new forms of activism, she remained grounded in the quiet joys, knitting, gardening, the simple pleasure of a crossword puzzle on a slow afternoon. She understood that movements were made of people, and people needed moments of rest, of tenderness, of ordinary happiness. Today, her legacy is everywhere, though sometimes in ways so woven into the fabric of life that we hardly notice. The idea that one person can make a difference, the belief in peaceful resistance, the understanding that justice is not a single victory, but a long, patient walk. These are her gifts to the world. Schools bear her name, museums preserve her story, and every time someone stands up or sits down for what is right, they walk a path she helped carve. And so, as you drift towards sleep tonight, think of how quiet courage echoes. Think of the bus, yes, but also of the woman who, after changing history, still found joy in the rustle of leaves, the warmth of yarn between her fingers. Think of how the smallest acts can grow into something vast, how a single no can become a chorus. The night is soft around you, the world still turning, still learning, still carrying the imprint of her quiet strength. And perhaps, in the stillness, you can almost hear it, the whisper of change, the gentle, unyielding refusal to accept things as they are, the steady belief that a better world is always possible, one small, stubborn step at a time. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. There are so many layers to Rosa Parks beyond that moment on the bus, quiet stories that reveal the depth of her character, the small acts of courage that built the foundation for her historic stand. Long before she became an icon, she was simply a woman who noticed injustice in the everyday and refused to let it pass without challenge. One such moment came years earlier, in 1943, when she boarded a bus in Montgomery and paid her fare. The driver, James Blake, demanded she exit and re-enter through the back door, a common humiliation imposed on black passengers. But Rosa, tired of these indignities, refused to comply. As she stepped off the bus, Blake deliberately drove away before she could board again, leaving her stranded in the rain. It was a small act of defiance, a quiet refusal to accept the rules of segregation, but it stayed with her 12 years later, when she boarded another bus, this time driven by the same James Blake, she carried with her all those accumulated moments of frustration, all the times she had swallowed her pride. This time, she would not move, even as a child. Rosa had a quiet fierceness about her. She remembered sitting on her grandfather's porch as a little girl, watching him keep guard with his shotgun, while the Ku Klux Klan marched past their home. He never flinched, never showed fear, and that image stayed with her, a lesson in quiet resistance. She learned early that courage didn't always mean loudness. Sometimes it was simply standing firm. Her life was filled with small rebellions that went unnoticed by history, but shaped her spirit. In the 1940s, she worked as a seamstress at Maxwell Air Force Base, where segregation was not enforced. Riding the integrated base buses showed her that change was possible, that the rules of Jim Crow were not some unshakable law, but something that could be challenged. Later, she joined the NAACP, becoming its first female secretary in Montgomery. She spent years documenting acts of racial violence, quietly building a record of injustices that most of the world ignored. One of her lesser-known acts of defiance involved a simple elevator in 1944. She was working at Montgomery's Montgomery Fair department store, where black employees were forced to use the freight elevator instead of the passenger one. One day, she simply walked into the passenger elevator and rode it not as a protest, but because she believed it was her right. When confronted, she calmly stated that she saw no reason why she shouldn't use it. The store eventually changed its policy. These were the quiet victories that kept her going. The small cracks she made in the wall of segregation long before the bus boycott. Even after her arrest, she remained remarkably composed. Rosa simply nodded. She wasn't afraid, not because she knew what would happen next. No one could have predicted the boycott's success, but because she had spent a lifetime preparing for this moment without even realizing it. In the years that followed, she and her husband faced relentless harassment. Death threats poured in, jobs dried up, and the strain eventually forced them to move north to Detroit. But even there, she kept working quietly, steadily. She took a job as a seamstress, then later worked in Congressman John Kinnear's office, answering phones and helping constituents. She never sought fame, never capitalized on her role in history. Instead, she poured her energy into mentoring young activists, knitting blankets for homeless shelters, and tending to her beloved rose garden. She smiled and replied, not of walking. It was a gentle joke, but also a truth. She understood that change was slow, that the work was tiring, but that the only way forward was to keep moving. Even in her final years, she remained sharp, engaged, and deeply attuned to the world. She loved watching the news, discussing politics, and marveling at how technology had transformed activism. But she also cherished silence, The hum of a sewing machine, the rustle of pages as she worked a crossword puzzle, the sound of rain against the window. She knew that movements needed fire, but they also needed rest, moments of stillness to gather strength. When she passed in 2005, the world mourned her as a hero, but those who knew her best remembered the small things, the way she always had time to listen, the way her hands never stopped moving, whether stitching a quilt or signing books for admirers. She was buried in Detroit, but her casket was flown to Montgomery, where it rested in the Capitol Rotunda, a final, quiet defiance in the place where she had once been arrested for sitting down. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, think of her not just as the woman on the bus, but as the girl on her grandfather's porch, the seamstress stepping onto an elevator, the gardener tending her roses. Think of how courage builds in whispers, how change grows from small, stubborn refusals to accept the world as it is. The night is quiet, the world still turning, still learning, still shaped by the quiet strength of those who refuse to move. And perhaps, in the stillness, you can almost feel it, the echo of her resolve, the gentle, unshakable belief that a better world is always possible. One small step at a time. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet of her later years, Rosa Parks often sat by the window of her Detroit home, watching the world go by with the same steady gaze that had once met the eyes of a bus driver who demanded her seat. The city outside was different now, full of sounds and colors that had changed over decades. But some things remained the same. The hum of conversation in the streets, the rhythm of footsteps on pavement, the way the light slanted through the trees in the late afternoon. She took it all in, not just as a witness, but as someone who had helped shape the very air of the world around her. Though the years had softened her movements, her mind remained as sharp as ever. She still followed the news with a quiet intensity, noting how new generations were picking up the torch of justice in ways she could scarcely have imagined. In 1955, the internet, with its vast networks of voices, fascinated her. She marveled at how young activists could now organize across continents with just a few keystrokes, how stories of injustice could spread like wildfire. Yet she also knew that some truths never changed, that courage still required more than words on a screen, that real change still demanded the slow, steady work of showing up. Day after day, her home was a reflection of her life, modest, warm, filled with the traces of a woman who had never stopped creating. The walls were lined with photographs and awards, but also with quilts she had stitched by hand, each one a careful arrangement of fabric and memory. She had always found solace in the rhythm of sewing, the way a needle could pull thread through cloth in quiet, repetitive motions. Even in her 80s, her hands moved with purpose, whether she was mending a hem or signing copies of her autobiography for visitors who came to pay their respects. Her final years were not spent in grand gestures, but in the small, deliberate acts that had always defined her. She wrote letters to young people who wrote to her, offering advice with the same gentle firmness she had once used to calm frightened protesters. She spoke at schools and libraries, her voice soft but unwavering, as she reminded children that they, too, had the power to change the world. And always, she listened, really listened, to the stories people brought to her, whether they were tales of struggle or triumph. When she passed away in October 2005, the world paused to remember her. But the mourning was not just for the icon. It was for the woman who had lived a life of quiet dignity long after her name became a symbol. Her casket was carried to Montgomery, the city where she had once been arrested for refusing to move, and placed in the Capitol Rotunda. It was a moment of poetic symmetry, a final act of peaceful resistance in the very halls where laws had once been written to keep her, and others like her in their place. Thousands filed past, some weeping, some silent, all carrying the weight of history in their hearts. In the years since, her legacy has only grown deeper, like roots settling into fertile soil. Schools and streets bear her name. Statues stand in her honor, but the most enduring memorials are the ones that live in the daily acts of courage she inspired. Every time someone speaks up against injustice, every time someone chooses kindness over cruelty, every time someone refuses to accept the world as it is, that is where her spirit lingers. And if you listen closely, in the quiet of the night, you can almost hear the echo of her life in the small, persistent sounds of the world, the rustle of pages as someone reads her story, the murmur of a parent telling a child about the woman who wouldn't give up her seat, the steady hum of a sewing machine in a distant room, stitching together pieces of fabric, just as she once stitched together pieces of history. So as you drift toward sleep tonight, let your thoughts settle on the quiet strength of Rosa Parks. Not just the moment that made her famous, but the lifetime that made her extraordinary. Think of her hands, always moving, always working, even in stillness. Think of her voice, soft but unshakable, and remember, as she did, that change does not always come in thunderclaps, but sometimes in whispers, in the small, stubborn acts of ordinary people who refuse to look away. The night is deep now, the world hushed and waiting, but somewhere, someone is still awake, still dreaming of a better tomorrow, still carrying forward the quiet, unyielding hope that Rosa Parks left behind. And in that hope, in that gentle persistence, her legacy lives on, as steady and sure as the turning of the earth. So rest now, and let her story settle over you like a quilt, warm and familiar, stitched with threads of courage, patience, and an unshakable belief in what is right. The night is long, but morning will come, as it always does, bringing with it the promise of another day, another chance to make the world a little kinder, a little fairer, one small step at a time. the gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Picture Rosa Parks not as a statue, not as a name in a history book, but as a quiet current flowing through time, touching lives long after her own. Her refusal to move on that bus in Montgomery was not an isolated act, but a single thread in a vast tapestry of resistance, one that others would weave into new patterns, new movements, new dreams. Even now, when someone sits in protest, when they refuse to be silent in the face of injustice, they are echoing Rosa's quiet defiance. The Black Lives Matter movement, with its insistence that dignity is not negotiable, carries her spirit in its marches. The young activists who kneel during national anthems, who organize voter registration drives in neighborhoods long ignored, are standing on the foundation she helped build. Rosa did not shout. She simply held her ground, and in that stillness, she taught the world that sometimes the most powerful act is to stay. Schools and community centers bear her name, but her true monument is in the everyday choices of people who decide, as she did, that enough is enough. Teachers who quietly correct textbooks that gloss over racism, nurses who advocate for marginalized patients, teenagers who challenge casual prejudice in their friend groups. All are part of the legacy she left behind. Rosa understood that change does not always wear a banner. Sometimes it wears an ordinary coat, sits in an ordinary seat, and simply says no. Her influence stretches beyond borders, too, in places where people rise against oppression. Whether in Hong Kong's umbrella protests, or the quiet resilience of refugees demanding dignity, her example whispers to them the idea that one person's courage can become many people's strength is universal. Rosa's life reminds us that no act of resistance is too small to matter, that the flutter of a single wing can eventually stir a wind, and yet her legacy is not frozen in time. It breathes, evolves, is questioned and reinterpreted. Some ask whether her peaceful resistance is enough in an age of louder, more urgent demands. Others point out that Rosa's story, often softened into a tale of a tired seamstress, overlooks her lifelong activism, her work with the NAACP, her fierce advocacy for prisoners' rights, her refusal to be reduced to a single moment. The real Rosa was not just a symbol. She was a strategist, a mentor, a woman who kept fighting long after the bus boycott ended. Generations have added their own stitches to the quilt of her legacy. Tarana Burke, founder of the Me Too movement, has drawn on Rosa's belief in the power of everyday people to disrupt systems of harm. Even Greta Thunberg, sitting alone outside the Swedish parliament with her climate strike sign, channeled that same quiet stubbornness, the understanding that change begins with one person refusing to look away. Institutions, too, have been shaped by her example. The Rosa and Raymond Parks Institute for Self-Development, which she co-founded, still guides young people to to understand their civil rights heritage. Libraries and museums preserve not just her story, but the stories of countless others who stood up by sitting down, and in courtrooms where lawyers challenged discriminatory laws, in classrooms where children learn about fairness, even in the way public buses now carry her name on their routes. Her presence lingers, but perhaps her greatest legacy is in the unrecorded moments, the small acts of courage no one will ever headline. The parent teaching their child to speak up with kindness and conviction. The worker who challenges an unfair policy. The neighbor who refuses to let prejudice go unchallenged. Rosa's life whispers to them all. You do not need permission to demand what is right. As night deepens and the world grows softer, imagine all these threads stretching across decades, across oceans, across causes, still tied to that December evening in 1955. The bus has long since rolled away, but the seat remains, an invitation to anyone who believes a better world is possible. Rosa's lesson was never just about transportation. It was about claiming space in all the ways that matter. So as you drift toward sleep, picture her not as history, but as a living pulse. The movements she inspired are still unfolding, still growing, still finding new ways to bend the arc of justice. And somewhere, right now, someone is reading about her, drawing strength from her story, preparing to take their own quiet stand. The night is long, but morning will come, as it always does, carrying forward the work she began, one seat, one voice, one stubborn act of love at a time. Rest now, and know that her legacy is not behind us, but ahead, waiting in the quiet resolve of ordinary people who, like Rosa, refuse to let the world stay as it is. The wheels of the bus still turn, and the road stretches on, and the courage of one woman still lights the way. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography as you settle into the quiet of the night. Let the story of Rosa Parks unfold in all its depth, beyond the simple phrases we so often hear. It is easy to think of her as merely a tired seamstress who, one evening, refused to give up her seat, a solitary act of exhaustion rather than defiance. But history, like the slow turning of the earth, holds more beneath its surface. The truth is richer, more deliberate, and far more revolutionary than the softened version we sometimes tell. For one, Rosa Parks was not simply weary from a long day's work when she chose to remain seated. She was weary, yes, but not in the way we often imagine. Her fatigue was not just physical. It was the weight of years of witnessing injustice, of living under the heavy hand of segregation, of knowing that every day demanded quiet endurance. She had spent years as an activist, working with the NAACP, documenting cases of racial violence, and quietly preparing for the moment when resistance would take shape. That evening on the bus was not an accident, not a sudden outburst, but the culmination of a lifetime of careful observation, and quiet determination. Another gentle myth that drifts through history is the idea that she acted alone, that her defiance was a solitary spark that lit the Montgomery bus boycott. But movements are never truly the work of one person. The boycott had been planned long before, whispered about in kitchens and church basements, discussed among organizers who knew the time for change was near. Rosa was a respected member of that network, a woman whose quiet dignity made her the perfect face for the moment. And when she was arrested, it was not just her courage that carried the movement forward, but the collective strength of a community ready to walk rather than ride in humiliation. The boycott lasted 381 days, a testament not to one woman's stubbornness, but to the endurance of thousands who walked miles in worn-out shoes rather than surrender their dignity. There is also the comforting but oversimplified notion that change happened quickly after that night, that Rosa's act was the match that set everything ablaze. But justice moves slowly, like the turning of seasons. The boycott was only the beginning. The legal battles stretched on. The hatred and resistance from segregationists did not fade overnight, and Rosa herself faced years of hardship, threats, job loss, forced relocation. The civil rights movement was not a single event, but a long and winding road, paved with countless acts of courage by people whose names we may never know. And then there is the way we sometimes picture Rosa Parks, soft-spoken, gentle, almost fragile in our retellings. It is true that she carried herself with quiet grace, but that quietness should not be mistaken for meekness. She was firm, unyielding in her convictions, with a sharp mind and a will that could not be bent. When she refused to move, it was not a plea, but a declaration. And when she spoke later in life, her words carried the weight of someone who understood the cost of resistance. People always say that I didn't give up my seat because I was tired, she once explained. But that isn't true. Perhaps the most persistent myth of all is that Rosa's story ended with the bus, that she faded into history as a symbol rather than a living, breathing force for change. But her activism never stopped. She continued to fight for justice for decades, for voting rights, for fair housing, for the wrongly accused. She worked alongside younger activists, never considering her work finished. Even in her later years, she remained a quiet but unshakable presence, reminding the world that the fight was never just about a seat on a bus, but about the right to exist fully, without apology, in every space. As you drift closer to sleep, let these layers settle gently in your mind. The Rosa Parks, who was more than a moment, more than a symbol, more than the simplified story we sometimes tell. She was a strategist, a witness, a woman who understood that change requires both the quiet strength to endure and the courage to disrupt. Her legacy is not a single act, but a lifetime of choices, each one a thread in the larger tapestry of justice. And so, As the night deepens and the world outside grows still, remember that history is never as simple as it seems. The stories we tell are often smoothed by time, their rough edges softened for easier telling, but the truth is always richer, more complicated, more human. Rosa Parks was not just a woman who sat down. She was a woman who stood up in all the ways that matter for a lifetime. And as you close your eyes, imagine her not frozen in that single moment on the bus, but as part of something much larger, a movement that still breathes, still grows, still calls to those who believe in a better world. The wheels of history keep turning, and her courage, like a quiet flame, still lights the way. Rest now, knowing that the story is not over, and that every act of defiance, large or small, is part of the long, slow arc toward justice. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. As the quiet of the night wraps around you, let us linger a little longer on the life of Rosa Parks, not as a distant figure from history books, but as a woman whose presence still lingers in the small, determined acts of courage we see every day. Her story is not confined to that December evening in 1955, when she refused to surrender her seat on a Montgomery bus. It stretches far beyond, woven into the fabric of countless lives she touched, the movements she inspired, and the quiet strength she embodied over decades of steadfast commitment to justice. Rosa Parks was born into a world that sought to diminish her. Yet from her earliest years, she carried within her an unshakable sense of dignity. Growing up under the shadow of Jim Crow, she learned early what it meant to resist, not always with grand gestures, but with the daily refusal to accept injustice as inevitable. Her defiance on that bus was not an isolated moment of spontaneity, as it is sometimes told, but the culmination of years of activism, of attending meetings at the NAACP, of quietly documenting acts of racial violence, of believing in a future that others could not yet see. After her arrest, the Montgomery bus boycott unfolded, a testament to the power of collective action, of ordinary people walking miles in worn-out shoes rather than riding segregated buses for 381 days. The Black community of Montgomery held fast, and Rosa Parks, though often portrayed as a meek seamstress, was at the heart of it all. She faced harassment, lost her job, and endured threats, yet she never wavered. Her quiet resilience became a guiding light, a reminder that courage does not always roar. Sometimes it is a whisper, a steady refusal to bend. In the years that followed, she and her husband moved to Detroit, where she continued her work, often behind the scenes, mentoring young activists, advocating for prisoners' rights, and speaking out against poverty and war. She understood that justice was not a single battle, but a lifelong pursuit, and she remained engaged until her final days. When she passed in 2005, at the age of 92, the world paused to honor her, not just as the mother of the civil rights movement, but as a woman who had lived a life of unyielding principle. Today, her legacy is etched into monuments, school names, and the countless retellings of her story. But more than that, it lives in the quiet moments when someone chooses dignity over compliance, when someone speaks up against injustice, when someone refuses to accept that the way things are is the way they must always be. She is remembered not as a saint, but as a human being flawed, determined, and endlessly brave. Her influence endures in the movements that continue to rise, in the voices that refuse to be silenced, in the understanding that change often begins with a single act of defiance. When protesters take to the streets, when students demand justice, when ordinary people stand up in small but meaningful ways, they walk in the footsteps of Rosa Parks. Her life reminds us that history is not made only by the loudest voices, but by those who, day after day, choose to say no to oppression in whatever form it takes. As you rest now, let the weight of her story settle softly in your mind. Imagine not just the woman on the bus, but the woman who kept going through hardship, through doubt, through years of struggle. Picture her sitting at a meeting, listening intently, or writing a letter of encouragement to a young activist. See her not as a statue, frozen in time, but as a living presence, her spirit woven into the ongoing fight for a fairer world. And as sleep draws nearer, let the quiet truth of her life soothe you, that no act of courage is ever wasted, that small choices ripple outward in ways we cannot always see, that the arc of justice, though long, bends because of people like Rosa Parks, and people like you, in your own way, in your own time. The night is deep now, the world hushed. Let your breathing slow, your thoughts grow gentle. Rosa Parks' story is part of a larger one that continues even now, even here, in the quiet of this moment. Rest well, knowing that the work of justice is not finished, but neither is the hope. Sleep, and may your dreams carry the quiet strength of those who came before, who lit the way, and who remind us still that change is always possible. Good night.